Hello,
We
everyone. My name is Asra Aslam. I'm research fellow at University of Leeds. So I came here from UK. Hope it's not too loud. Is that okay? Yeah, I really want to welcome everyone, our panel members, speakers, and for all the oral poster authors and especially the sponsors. And I really want to thank our organizers, without which we can't be present on this day. So that's first me, then Sachini from Simon Fraser University, Vicky from NTU, Stefania, University of Twente, and Himangi from Mellon University, Deblina, EPFL, and now she's moving to UK and she's going to take over this more slides about what is WICV, what's its background, and how we help people, and what we did till yet, and what are the challenges. All of that, Deblina going to cover. And Mengvi, I'm really thankful to you for handling all the stuff of WICV, Vanessa for sponsors, and Azadeh. I think she'll be attending virtually. Oh yeah. So yeah, that's it. So Deblina, do you want to come and introduce WICV?
Thanks, Asra. Hello, everyone. Right, so she already introduced me, but I'm Deblina. I'm going to be an assistant professor soon in the UK in the Department of Computer Science, University of Bath. Right now, I'm a postdoctoral scientist finishing my tenure over there in the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Switzerland. So the thing is, it's quite serendipitous for me because last year in Vancouver, WICV, within the CVPR venue, I was presenting as an oral author. And this year I get the chance to open WICV. So you see, it does exactly what it says. The focus is about raising the visibility of people, specifically targeting women identifying individuals, and to give them the platform. So, however, since its inception of WICV in 2015, the reason why it started was based upon two key factors. Of course, there are many more, but we identified two key factors, and those are this. So please allow me, I know it's early in the morning, the numbers are pretty dry, and no one likes looking at numbers, but bear with me. So the first motivation is that girls are less likely to study STEM subjects, and this funnels through, and it becomes less and less as they move on to university and their careers. So you can see from the GCSEs, this is from UK, all the way when it funnels down to the professorship, the percentage of women versus men are heavily skewed, where men far outnumber the women. This was also seen specifically when you have, say, 57% of the women are receiving their undergraduate degree. Amongst them, only 42% of them do mathematics, statistics, and the remaining 40% does physical science degrees. However, a very small percentage, which is just 18%, they do computer and information sciences. So there's a very specific problem while having a broader context. The second motivation, nonetheless, is the leaky pipeline that you see over here. Now, as you see, the girls and later women are likely to continue through university and careers. Lesser and lesser, the percentage really tapers off. The female bachelors, they start at 53%, following by the masters with 53 again. But however, when they reach PhD degrees, it's 43, still optimistic. But as they move over to female researchers, that can be in academia and industry, it really tapers off to 28%. The reasons are manifold. First is, you can see that those are societal, personal, but of course it has an impact, right? So you see women with babies, women who are married, they're less likely than those who are single and without babies to enter a tenure track position. And this needs to be addressed, and how to integrate them and how to motivate them to continue onto their career journey. Thereafter, for the associate professorship, which is again a tenured track position, women are 23% less likely than men to become associate professors. And finally, for the full professorship, women are 25% less likely than men to become a full professor within a maximum period of 16 years. Of course, there needs some redressal of these issues. And therefore, the goal of this entire event, since its inception in 2015, has been to raise visibility of these very female computer vision researchers, presenting them with participation in the form of keynote speeches, where you will hear today, actually, from 4 very eminent leaders in their field who are role models in their own stride, and you might be able to network with them. And we are very fortunate to have them over here. I will introduce them later. So we have those 4 keynote speakers for the first half of the event. Thereafter, you have the junior female students who are given opportunities in the form of presenting orally or through poster sessions by giving them these travel grants, and for which we are ever so thankful to our sponsors who really funded most of them with quite an amount. Thereafter, and ultimately, to share experiences and for the career advices that the female students, the women, receive across academia and industry from these role models via panel discussion and mentoring dinner. That would be later in the first half of this event and in the evening. Few workshop statistics this year. The participation was pretty good with 81 submissions. We had 68 that went into the review process, with 6 orals today and 41 posters that are going to be held in the ARC exhibit hall. For the funding, as I said, we are really grateful to our sponsors. We received a total of $52,000 in funding from 9 different sponsors across different sponsorship tiers for 28 authors who are present in person. Specifically, the platinum sponsors are Apple, Wave, Meta, and Toyota Research Institute. Thank you for your sponsorship. Additionally, silver sponsors, we have Google Research as a silver sponsor. And for the bronze, we have Meshcapade, Austrian Institute of Technology, Disney Research, and Tencent. Thank you once again. So I would request whoever is interested to please scan this QR code and submit your CVs to the sponsoring companies. It might be useful for your career trajectory. Thank you. So the schedule of this workshop, the main workshop is, sorry for that, it's actually ARC 201. It's going on, will go until 1:15 p.m. The mentoring dinner, which is the second part, it will be around 6 p.m. Until 8 p.m. today, and you must have received invitations for it. Specifically, this is the outlook of the program. We will have 4 keynotes, starting with Yoing. Thereafter, we'll have the oral presentations, 2 of them. Subsequently, Shek from Google DeepMind will present, and thereafter we'll have sponsor exhibitions by Apple and Wave. Thereafter, oral presentations 3 and 4, followed with Elisa Ritchie's keynote. And we will have the Toyota Research Institute and Meta sponsor exhibition, respectively. We will break for a coffee and we will reconvene the session with oral paper presentations 5 and 6. And thereafter, Boy Lee, who will be the last keynote speaker today for the first part, will finish it, and everything will culminate in a panel discussion, after which we'll be moving towards the poster sessions. The second part of this workshop has the evening dinner. We will have Kate and Cornelia to present their brilliant research or give their expertise and give us some insights about their career. Followed with the mentoring session, where you have been paired with a particular mentor, a bunch of mentees, and that will end the workshop. So that's our panel session. Again, attendees, if you could please redirect your attention to the slide. You can scan this and put up any question that you would like in the form of just text, and we will have those questions that will be asked to the panelists. In case those are not answered, we'll try as much as possible to get the panelists to answer them offline. All right. And final acknowledgements from the entire team of WICB, who have organized this year, I would really like to extend this gratitude towards the previous organizers, the reviewers who have served on the program committee, speakers, mentors, and of course, the sponsors. These are some socials. Please follow us on Facebook, X, or Twitter. That's the website link. And this is the Open Google group. You can definitely send in and join that group just to get updates about WICB. You can scan the QR code if you would like. All right. And now that's the end of my long talk. I would really appreciate it going. You could make over here to the platform. Thank you. I hope I pronounced her name correctly.
It's okay.
Never mind. Connect there or here? Because she's on Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, this is for the things.
Could you please check if they can see on Zoom? I'm sorry. Okay, I'll text her.
Hi everyone, so we have our first speaker here, Guoying Zhao. She holds prestigious positions as an academic professor at Academy Finland and the University of Oulu, Finland, and as a visiting professor at Aalto and Stanford universities. She has progressed from a senior researcher to a full professor at CMBS, University of Oulu, earning her PhD from the Chinese Academy of Sciences in 2005. Recognized for her contribution, she was elected to the Finnish Academy of Sciences and Letters and Academia Europaea, and has authored and co-authored over 330 papers, reaching over 27,500 citations. She has played significant roles in academic conferences and has received numerous accolades, such as the Fellow of IEEE. Her current research interests include image and video representation, facial expression recognition, and human motion analysis, and her research has been reported by Finnish TV, program newspapers, Discovery TV, and MIT Technology Review. Let's welcome Professor Zhao.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here to share some of my experience in the research about the computer vision in affective computing. So how many of you working in affective computing areas? Could you
That's
raise
what
your
Jordan
hand?
mean.
Yeah, some of you. Okay. And this affective computing, this term was coined by Professor John Picard in the year 1995. And originally it was defined as this is kind of computing that relates to varieties from and deliberately influences emotions. For us who work in computer vision, and then we'd like to work out the new algorithms and the methods to make the machines have the vision intelligence and then to understand the emotions. For example, as shown here. So affective computing is a very wide area. So there are lots of like information or signals which are considered related to our affects, our feeling, our emotions. And then for us, and then we expect our machines, computers using its eyes. For example, the camera sensors, it captures the images and the videos of the human beings. And then by analyzing the visual cues, such as the facial expressions, body gestures, or maybe some other signals, which can be obtained from just the image or videos, kind of like a visual cues, to better understand emotional states. So this research for me, and I started it after my PhD graduation. At that time, and based on my PhD dissertation, that was about video-based data analysis. So I had experience regarding video processing. And at the same time, the group I joined, the machine vision group in University of Oulu, that is the first machine vision group in whole Finland carrying out computer vision research. They developed the local binary pattern descriptors. That is one of the very well-known handcrafted descriptors before deep learning. So at that time, I chose my topics and then extend the static local binary patterns to the spatial temporal domain. And so that is able to not only capture the appearance information, but also the temporal, the motion information, and apply that to dynamic facial expressions. In this early this century, most of the research for facial expression still just count on static text-based image input. And so they proposed, for example, volume LBP, spatial temporal LBP, shows its big power in capturing spatial temporal information and get the state-of-the-art results for dynamic facial expression recognition. And later, I and my group, we started the different challenges in the facial expression recognition research. For example, as showed in this middle video clip, and that is a pretty simple case. And the facial expressions are so explicit. And the background is clean, no illumination changes, no view variations, no occlusion. So most of the method can achieve a very high performance. But we know real-world situations could be very complicated. And the illumination can change a lot. It can become very dark. And there can be view variations. It can be caused by people's natural movement in the interaction. It can be caused by camera's movement. And they can have the occlusion, like in COVID years, people wear face masks. And in summertime, people wear the like sunglasses that covers big part of the face area. Moreover, and actually, many of our facial expressions are not as shown in the middle one. It's not that exaggerated. And many of them are actually pretty kind of subtle with low intensity. So different technology, as shown over here, have been developed to deal with different challenges and then moving from the labor constrained situations to more in the wild scenarios. As we work on this kind of intersection of computer vision and effective computing, we need lots of knowledge and support from psychological studies. So in the literature review, we noticed a very interesting concepts. That is facial micro expressions. And in some psychological articles, it also called, for example, momentary facial expressions. So these micro expressions are kind of very rapid, spontaneous, rapid, and involuntary facial expressions. When comparing to ordinary macro facial expressions, and the micro expression has clearly two different characteristics. The first one is it has a very low intensity. It's usually just interest level. So most of us, ordinary people without training, and hardly notice it in the communication. The other characteristics is that it's fleetness from the onset to offset, and it's just within half a second. But for ordinary facial expression, we say that it can last as long as 4 seconds. So these micro expressions, it occurs mainly because of the contradictions. The contradictions when people have very strong internal feeling, but they also have very strong motivation to suppress it. So the result is that when our facial muscle is just going to move, then it's suddenly suppressed. And then this micro expression takes place. The micro expression has been believed to reveal the suppressed or concealed effects of emotions. So we started from the first in the world spontaneous micro expression data sets, and then they did the recognition with top method and published in RCCP 2011. And the last year we collected and published another new data set, the 4DME data set. And it has 6 synchronized cameras providing captured different view angles, and together with the reconstructed dynamic 3D face meshes, plus the Kinect IGBD signals. So this is the first multi-model, multi-view micro expression dataset. It provides a new platform to develop a new 4D method to deal with 3D model and the dynamics long-term and short-term facial muscle movements. Also, as dataset provides annotation for emotional category and also action unit. So it provides the opportunity to study not only the emotional interpretation, but also the facial action units, its mapping to emotions. For micro expression, the key focuses were detection, spotting, and recognition. My group did the first research integrating these two parts together, detection and recognition. So the input can be the long video sequence, and then after the first block, it gives the predicted like a temporal position and include also spatial position for the potential micro expression video clips. And then for the second blocks, with the magnification to deal with the low intensity and the temporal interpolation to deal with the fleetiness. And it gives the prediction of the emotional categories. That work was reported by MIT Technology Review and caused lots of attention. Recently, we have shifted from the basic emotional category to facial action units analysis of micro expression. The reason is that the annotation of micro expression has very big ambiguities. For example, some groups use the self-report of the participants as for the labeling, and some groups using the expert's observation and for the annotation. So there are quite large inconsistency. So actually from psychological study, and there was the development and the definition of facial action unit coding system developed by Ekman and his group. So it gives a unique set of the facial action units metaphorically. For example, here, like these two pictures, and it shows the facial expression like this one, clear happiness, but it's a combination of 8 different facial action units. So in this work, I showed over here as example, and then we proposed the joint learning of spatial attention module and the channel attention module. And the channel attention module is to capture the micro level region changes by embedding the high order statistics. And the spatial attention module that is to leverage the relationships of the co-occurrence of the action units to deal with the imbalanced number of the samples. So by detecting the facial action units, it firstly can avoid the ambiguity because action units are rather objective. So no matter finally how this is displayed, but these action units are just there. And secondly, it opens the doors to interpret the different emotions. If with just the emotional category, there are limited number of the emotions, maybe just happiness, sadness, surprise. But now with the action unit, and then we could later move on to non-prototypical emotions, for example, nervousness, confusion, hence frustration, which can be very useful in different applications. So when we shifting from ordinary facial expression to micro expression, we paid more and more attention to subtle micro signals. And then we interested in also very subtle, just the color changes. And at that time, we noticed the interesting work published by MIT, and they utilized ICA, PCA to measure the average heart rate only from the video, human face video input. And the biomedical engineering study also showed the blood volume of micro has the vascular changes together with our cardiac pulse. It also can be explained from imaging perspective. When the ambient light shines on our skin, and part of the light absorbed and mainly by the hemoglobin in our blood vessels, and then part of the light reflected and captured by the camera, forming the images, videos we finally see with our eyes. When our heart pumps the blood to the blood vessels, so the count and the density of the hemoglobin changes periodically with our pulsation. And so it affects the amount of the light absorbed and also the amount of the light reflected. The result is the very subtle color changes that is actually related to our heart pumping blood to the blood vessels. Let's see this example of the video sequence captured by any camera. So just normal, we couldn't see anything. But after applying video magnification technology, and now we can see the magnified color changes, which shows periodically changes and then considered related to our heartbeat. Mm-hmm. We started around 10 years ago with the training-free handcrafted method. So with several design steps, which takes care of, for example, the rigid hand movement and effect from the illumination changes, and the effect from the non-rigid facial muscle movement, like when people are talking, when people have facial expressions, they all are noise for heart rate measure. And later we moved to deal with the highly compressed video. And because the early method, they all require the input need to be high definition videos. That's very understandable because that kind of color changes related to our heart rate is so subtle. And so some other effects like, compression, they easily bring lots of noise. But if we consider the applications with internet, like online interaction, online consultation, telemedicine, so videos are usually highly compressed due to the limited bandwidth. So a couple of years ago, we proposed this two-stage concatenated neural network. The first stage is the video-to-video generator with the reconstruction loss and the sample loss. That is to reproduce a video that have more recovered signals related to heart rate. And the second neural network, BPGNet, it consists of several spatial temporal convolutional neural networks. The skin segmentation module that is to adaptively select the most useful region in our face area because not everywhere contribute equally. And the partition constraint module that is to learn better and more discriminative features targeting to RPPG. And so this method not only can get the average heart rate, but also can give this continuous RPPG signal. So that can be used to get, for example, heart rate variability features and then open the doors to more applications like medical and clinic use application cases. And recently, several vision transformer-based methods are proposed and taking advantage of the long-range representation capability with the temporal difference transformer. And it works superly good for cross dataset validation, evaluation, and showing its generalization capability. As heart rate is considered very important for both emotional states and also for physical health. So collaborating with cardiologists, we collected the first OBF datasets. It includes 100 healthy people and 138 patients with atrial fibrillation disease. And there are such kind of videos and together with ECG, blood volume pulse, and respiration rate as the ground truth. So the first work about remote atrial fibrillation screening was done 5 years ago. And it took only the pure video sequence as input. And based on the measured heart rate from the videos, and then it gives the analysis if these people have a normal heart rate or may have some like heart diseases. So from this research line, in my group for this close to 2 decades, it can be said that we shifted from expressed visual cues. So clearly it's implicit facial expressions, actually also body gestures, but I wouldn't have time to cover that part today. And then to the suppressed micro signals, and then move further to the unperceivable signals like physiological signals. We early thought that we were incapable to see them, but now this technology is advancement, and then we can analyze the visual cues from the shallow level to the deeper and the deeper. But there are still many problems not addressed. For example, this research are still fragmented. So we did express the visual cue, we did suppressed and physiological signals, but how they connected to each other. So if we have the certain macro signal and then different micro signals, and then are they consistent to each other or are they contradicting to each other? Then how to explain them, how to fuse them? And then for that, firstly, we need data sets. The data sets include the different level of the signals and also with reliable annotation. And then it's possible to move forward and then to get a complete understanding of the emotions if we could get these different levels of the understanding. Also for emotional states, interpretation context is always very important. So how to modeling the context information. Also, the current study is mainly focused on one individual. So one people in the images or videos, but actually in most of our real world situations, people interact, working together, group of people. And so that is more real, like in the world, in the wild situation than in the real environment. So when they interact, actually it becomes much more complicated how to work on those. And last but definitely not least, human beings are there. Their images, their video sequences, their faces, their body gestures. So they are considered as personal information. There are concerns about the privacy. We need a new technology which should remove the identity information, but still be able to keep the useful visual cues related to emotions. And so that can be used for emotion analysis, but it wouldn't leak out any identity information. So we expect more and more researchers joining this field, and then together we advance computer vision in effective computing. Okay, thank you very much. And
Do you find that people generally express emotions similarly? Does it vary like between cultures? And also, what about like emotions that are very similar, say like frustration and anger? How can we kind of differentiate, or is it even worth differentiating?
The question is about, are there differences like among the cultures? Are there kind of like universal facial expressions, especially for some non-prototypical emotions? This is a very good question, and there are debates, and there are no conclusions. This is active research, and so even though in Ekman's group, and then he and his group thought like prototypical emotions are universal. So all the people in the world shows similar facial expressions for happiness, surprise, but that has been argued heavily. And more and more people believe that people from different cultures, actually they perceive, also express their emotions in different ways. And I personally agree with this. And in our new project, we work specifically on cultures. Now, not very detailed cultures, but many Western and Eastern. And so that is about typical emotions. If we move to frustration, confusion, that is called non-prototypical emotions. These are way more complicated than I believe that affected even more by cultures and the other factors.
So what are the applications you have been looking at? Mostly communication. I would expect that these movements and micro movements also very much related to psychological diseases where it may be more universal and where maybe ground truths can be obtained in with all kinds of sensors. That are doing other things. Yeah, you can measure anything physiological, right? And make it relate. I wonder whether.
And very good comments as well. And for micro expressions, I didn't tell the story how it started. Actually, from psychological perspective, it started from psychological mental disease. And so in 1980s, in 1960s, and when Ekman and his group, because his article is most well known, so that's why I cited his paper over here. But there are also other groups doing the similar research. And then when they follow up psychiatric patients, and that lady in the like a follow up talk with her doctor, and the patients smiled, showed happiness all the time. But later, she confessed to her doctor that she actually was very bad. She has planned to commit suicide. And so that's this case caused the attention because they recorded the talk. So the researchers then traced the video back and then check it. It shows that the patient, even though happy, showed happiness all the way, but when they check the videos frame by frame, and finally they got only 2 frames, and they showed the anguish of the patients. And then from that time, micro expression started to be researched, and it was considered very important, for example, in psychological and psychiatric study, but later also moved to the other areas. Maybe, I don't know, for us, communication, but only in the necessary situations to help people, but not to dig into people's privacy, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very
We
much.
can continue with questions later. So now we move on to the first set of oral sessions. The author of the first paper.
Sorry.
We'll just move with the arrow. Yeah, should be okay. It's not on the screen.
There's something with the display. Yeah, shoes, great. Yeah, shoes, great. It should be okay now. Oh, there's something to display.
I guess.
Hmm?
Display sentence.
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Well, thank you all for coming and thank you to the organizers. I'm Gemma. I'm a third-year PhD student at University of Surrey in John Coleman's group, and I'm going to present our paper Parasol. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, diffusion models are great for generating high-quality images, great diversity, but they tend to lack on controllability. So they're generally limited to coarse-grained inputs such as text prompt, which restricts the nuances that they inherit, like for example, detailed specific styles. And it also makes it very hard for the model to understand which attributes correspond to the content and which attributes correspond to the style. So here you have an example of Stable Diffusion using as input a prompt describing the content and the style. And as you can see, the images look great, but they're not exactly what we want. So what we propose is enhancing the controllability of the output emails, of the output details by separating the embeddings. Okay, well, sorry about that. So for the training data, as I was saying, we need triplets of output image, content, and style that we obtain. I'm going to skip the details, but we basically, for each output image, we retrieve from a set of static images an image that has similar style but different content. And from a set of photorealistic images, we retrieve an image that has similar semantics and different style. And by using this set of triplets, we can train our model, which is based on an LDM that has that is conditioned on the style and content through cross-attention. And we introduce different features for at training time, encouraging modality entanglement, and at inference time, enhancing the usability of the model. So for encouraging the modality disentanglement, what we do is, first of all, using our training data, which is disentangled by construction, as I just explained. Then we use different modality-specific encoders for encoding both the content and the style. In our case, we use Clip for the content and Aladdin for the style, which is a parametric style model, as I mentioned before. And then we introduce this projector network, which we call M here, which takes the style embedding and transforms it to the same style as the content embedding, so that the network can understand and combine them both better. And lastly, what we introduce are different losses for style and content that we optimize simultaneously with the reconstruction loss to further enhance this modality disentanglement. So this is for the training pipeline, and inference time is the same idea. The user provides a style input, a content input, and expects an output that inherits both attributes. And we introduce, first of all, an inverse diffusion step. So we consider the content image, encode it, then first noise it completely, and then denoise it progressively during t time steps, for which for first lambda time steps that the user sets, the network is conditioned on the style and content from the content input. And after those lambda time steps, the style input is switched to the new style, so that by changing the lambda parameter, the user can choose how much of this style is actually transferred and how faithful the input should be to the content. We also introduced two parameters in the classifier free guidance, so that we can guide independently our output sample towards the style input or towards the content input. So here you have an example of different outputs in which, as you can see, by changing the lambda parameter, the inversion parameter, we can obtain images that are very faithful to the content and transfer the style in different degrees, or images that have more freedom to follow the style more freely, more faithfully. And also by changing the ratio between the two classifier free guidance parameters, we can obtain images that where the semantics of the content input have more weight, or where the style guides the input better. And so very quickly, I just want to mention, we compare to different state-of-the-art models. We compare to generative models that have different, some kind of control, like ControlNet is probably the one you're most familiar with. And we also compare to style transfer models. And as you can see here, in user studies, our model is preferred over all the other ones. And in quantitative metrics, we always either overperform or perform comparatively to the other ones. And finally, I just wanted to mention two different applications. So the first one is style and content interpolation. So since we're using both encoders for content and style that have metric properties, this means that our model is not only able to generate one output based on a single style input and a single content input, but we can actually combine several ones, several of those styles or several contents, or both at the same time, unlocking a wider range of outputs that we can create. And the second application that I wanted to mention is generative search. So if we want to retrieve a specific image that we have in mind, instead of just describing it in a text prompt and using that text prompt for guiding the search, we can actually use Parasol for generating that image, or generating an image very similar to what we want to get, and using that image as input to our search for performing a much more refined, much more fine-grained search that will give us outputs much more similar to what we have in mind. And so just to conclude, just as a quick recap, what we introduced was Parasol, which is a diffusion model with parametric control of visual style and disentangled control of content and style. We introduced several usability parameters for enhancing the user control at sampling time, proposed a dataset of disentangled output style and content in triplets that we use for training our model, and finally showed different implications and different experiments that back up our research. So this is it. Thank you for listening. If you want to ask me any question now with our time, or later at the poster session, or whenever. Thank you. Thank you. I think we can use the time of the poster session to ask questions to the authors. Thank you again. Thank you. We will follow up now with the next keynote speaker. That's, okay. Yeah, there. Hello, welcome.
So we have a second speaker. Is anyone on Zoom or?
Is it mine? Could be.
Or
Should I? I did it. Is it working?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. Thanks for the kind introduction and having me here. As mentioned, I'm Sheikh Azizi, and I'm the lead AI researcher at Google DeepMind, leading research at the intersection of AI for health. And like many of you, I also like developing on based on like my passion. My passion for this field also like been starting and rooting in lifelong fascination that I had with science and building stuff. And when I started my PhD at the AI for Healthcare, actually beautifully, all of this passion that I have come together, and I could basically explore science, medicine with the flavor of engineering solutions. And like fast forward, I spent a decade actually, which is very interesting to say it. I just like remember that maybe a month ago I was doing my PhD. I spent a decade actually doing this type of research and actually exploring how AI can basically change the landscape of practicing medicine. And today we're seeing remarkable progress that we have for AI in medicine, and like and also like generic type of AI system. And but I think like all of us, we're certain that like medical field is a bit different and demands a higher standard for developing AI system that we are facing. And when it comes to medical knowledge, any type of like shortcoming or problem actually can have a disastrous effect and severe consequences that we need to prevent. And that's what my team actually at Google is doing. And we are focused over the past few years actually on aligning AI models and AI technology from computer vision methods to large language models to large multimodal models to the
basically for practice of medicine and exploring the art of possible that we can have in this field. And you are basically focusing on building more capable agent in the medical and biomedical domain. And this is the topic that I want to cover here. We are like really short in time. So I'm just like trying to cover that. Where were we like 10 years ago? What is the progress that we made? And what is the future that we can envision in this field? And I hope that a lot of you getting excited about the opportunities that we have in this area. So with that, clearly we had tremendous interest over the past few years and past decade, starting the time that we had deep learning concept in applying AI to medicine specifically. And this interest has been going around industry to research, academic lab, even individual contributors that they were interested in building AI solution for medicine. And in compared to 10 years ago, we have a huge improvement in the range of single modal and independent application, spanning multiple type of things that we can do right now. We have capable AI model that they can classify breast cancer, they can classify a skin condition, or we actually have AI-powered genome sequencing. So these are all very good progress that we were seeing. Indeed, actually, all of the studies that they're running around the world showing that people expect medical breakthrough to be the top application of the AI in the coming years. But all of these are very great, but the reality is that this advancement has been rather slow to go to the clinical workflow that we have. And we don't know when will this advancement transform medicine. There is a large gap between what we have and what we are capable right now with the reality of the things that we are seeing in our daily life. We still have long waiting time, we have failures, we have misdiagnosis at our clinical system. And this is still, this question is open, that like how we can change the landscape of medicine going forward. So luckily, in parallel to all of the efforts that have been happening in the conventional medical AI, we had a lot of also progress in the core ML technology that we've been seeing. So we had the advent of Transformer, that we know that, okay, changing the landscape of how we are even like practicing AI right now, back in 2017. Then we had a period of time that we had emergence of contrastive learning and self-supervision in computer vision and in all of the fields that they are related to AI. And then we had advent of vision transformer that actually gave us some methods to use visual content and images as a string and sequence to our transformer architecture. So we can have like a unified architecture to analyze a lot of information in parallel. Then at that point on, we can see that a scale become the key factor behind ML growth. And we have invention of foundation models, models that we are calling them, that they are larger scale models, that they've been trained at with large data, with the objective of self-supervision. And they are showing capabilities such as that they are great few-shot learners. So we can adapt this system with minimal intervention and minimal labels to the domains of interest for us. So over the past few years at Google and for my team, we were working on series of research topic which tells us how these capabilities that we were seeing in previous slide actually can help us to build new class of AI system for biomedical application. And what the future can look like using this new technology with AI at its core. Starting from self-supervision, opportunities of adding interactivity to our AI models, and also advent of generalist and multimodal models in that space. So this includes fundamental work that we did in designing a self-supervised method, large self-supervised method for robust and efficient medical imaging, and where we use billions of images from natural scenes and that you can obtain from internet and adapt by learning a visual representation using this generic data that they are not even like medical data, and adapt them to medical domain using unlabeled medical data that they are widely available. And for the first time back in 2020, 2021, we showed that we can get these new powerful foundation models and adapting them to medical domain using minimal label data and introducing up to 100 times less label data needs to reach the clinical applicable performance that we need at the time. So we had the introduction of powerful large language models like GPT, ChatGPT, PaLM from Google, that actually facilitate a new era of interactive medical AI through text. This area actually been very slow moving for many years in the field of medical and medicine. And with the introduction of MedPaLM, actually this will gain a lot of momentum. That we have a large language model that is designed for answering medical questions. We published this work at Nature last year. MedPaLM and its successor that we created, MedPaLM 2, actually being created by adapting general large language models such as PaLM 2 from Google with medical knowledge and actually aligning it to the medical values that we need for using this large language model in this domain. And MedPaLM is actually the first large language model that can reach expert level performance on a medical question benchmark, and such as US medical licensing exam, USMLE. And further, when we run a side-by-side, basically blinded comparison between the answer being created by MedPaLM as a large language model in this domain with the answer to the long-form question from doctor, we realize that actually the performance of MedPaLM can reach and surpass the performance of the medical doctor in this domain. But interestingly, through that practice, we also demonstrate that we need better benchmarking, and there are multiple challenges that they are way above answering question directly because just answering a multiple choice question or answering a long form question is not actually equivalent of practicing medicine. And we have real world challenge here. And then we have the uprising of generalist and multimodal models that actually been developed almost very rapidly over a year or a year and a half ago. Biomedicine and like medical domain, as many other fields, are actually very multimodal. So it's more than a series of like independent tasks that's saying that, okay, I want to have a breast cancer detection like system. We know that our doctors, the way that they're practicing medicine is actually through accessing a lot of information in parallel, including medical image, text that is coming with it, and also interactive discussion with their patient and like obtaining information from them, and also looking at genomics, omics, and all of the type of like signal that you can collect from the body. So we have introduction of generalist biomedical AI that actually there are large multimodal models that can flexibly encode all of this information and interpret all of this information in a single agent rather than having multiple agents that they are like working on that data with the same weights, same model, and also enabling interaction with this agent, such as asking question or having a speech activated device to communicate with the model. So toward this vision, and we actually introduced several generalist AI in the domain. And first of them is actually MedPalm-M, which is the first demonstration of biomedical AI system. And that's enable encoding and interpretation of modalities such as text, radiology, medical image, different kind of medical image that we have from pathology, fundus image, mammogram, and electronic health record, and also genomics in a single agent. And we can basically, using this like single model, perform multiple clinical tasks that they are relevant to us, such as classification of medical images, visual question answering around images that we have, and even generating radiology or report for different kind of medical image that we have, and many more. And this single agent alone can also reach the performance or surpass the performance of all of the previous state of the art in all of the tasks that we analyze, which is more than 14 tasks. So this is not clearly the end of the story. We improved MedPalm-M by actually using Gemini, which is the multimodal model from Google, by introducing a family of the model, including multiple custom visual encoders for analyzing 2D modalities, 3D modalities, and genomic information at once. And in compared to previous demonstration that I show you, like in MedPalm-M, this new model that we introduced about a month ago is more performant and is more capable and tuned for very challenging tasks that we never analyzed or touched them previously, such as surgical video understanding or interpretation of 3D data or prediction of the disease using the genomic information and genomic profile of the patient. In this example, we can see that we can actually generate report for the head, including analyzing this head CT in the 3D format and producing reports that actually on par with the physician reports. And or a study or human evaluation is actually showing that like more than half of the report that we are generating using this AI system actually leading to equivalent health outcome for the patient, which is a pretty high number for a system and for the technology that is for the first time being used and developed. And now we had this model that is capable of predicting various health outcome and risk of developing disease using genomic profile of individuals. So we can prompt or model in an interactive way, in a conversational manner, to produce a disease probability risk score for disease such as chance of developing a stroke or type 2 diabetes or glaucoma or many of the common diseases that you can imagine that can manifest through some sort of like genomic variation or factors. And given the importance actually of developing more innovation and more methods in a less explored area that actually connect medical domain in a way that we were perceiving it many years ago only in the form of, okay, we have radiology image and what we should do. But the reality is that we have biomedicine and we need methods that can connect all of the pieces together so we can have capable agent. Last week, we introduced TXLLM, which is a large language model for therapeutics purpose. And actually, TXLLM is capable of processing a wide variety of chemical and biological entity at once, including small molecules, protein, nucleus, cell lines, and disease, and interleave with free text. So it means that we can connect and interact with this agent to ask questions about topics that they are related to therapeutic and drug discovery. And the model has been actually developed and evaluated for 66 different therapeutic and drug discovery tasks. And for 44 of these tasks, 43 of these tasks, we are reaching the performance near the performance of single agent that they can perform those tasks. And for 22 of these tasks, actually, we're surpassing the performance that we had previously. So an example of things that this model can do is, for example, CRISPR repair outcome prediction, or molecule generation, or reaction outcome prediction when you are designing drugs for patients, and many more. So I would like to take a moment to talk about what is the North Star that we have here, and we have a lot of proof of concept through development of these methods that I present. The reality is that healthcare industry actually generate 30% of the world's new data annually. And much of this information are actually in patient electronic health record that we need to extract if we want to use them. And we should admit that even this research are really cool and seems to be cutting edge, we are still very early, in very early stage of understanding that what is the opportunity that AI system can have in this field. Area of medical domain, biomedicine, biochemistry, that we can connect all of the pieces together. And there is a very long path from research to the reality to see that we can have a clinical impact and change of practice of medicine. And there is these dreams that we had years ago. I would say that it seems that these dreams are more reachable, definitely, with the development of the technology that we had. Foundation model, the vision of having generalist medical AI, offers new ways to rethink the technology. And you can imagine extension of this technology that I explained quickly, from a spanning range of agents that we have for, I don't know, interactivity, for multimodal processing, for therapeutic purpose, that they are talking to each other and sharing information. And we can enable application that they are ranging from care delivery to actually scientific discovery. You can imagine that we can have a better clinical decision support system. We can have disease forecasting based on different type of signal that we can collect from the body. We can have personalized medicine, and we even can think about designing of digital twin that was a dream many years ago. So with that, I'm gonna close, and thank you so much for having me here. I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there one question? We have time for one question. Okay, yes, please.
I have a question on the
obviously worldwide, there's so many people that are access to healthcare, and there are only so many doctors we have. So I was wondering if you have any insights on like how far we are developing any AI assistants where actually diagnose.
Yeah, that's a very valid question. I think the first level of application of medical AI gonna be for areas that they have like limited access to health facilities, or like basically they have like even like limited access to going to like any doctor or seeing doctor, even like calling a doctor. We have a lot of like improvement in having conversational agent there with systems such as like Amy, that they are designed actually to mimic the behavior of the general practitioners and primary care practitioners. But this is a very, very wide field. And even speaking of like a large language model, even not entering the multimodality field, designing such agents going to take a lot of time. And I think like one of the blockers to actually deploying this system and real world is a lot of like overhead that we have in this specific field for the regulation of such devices that can take up to 5 years, even if we have a system up and running now. But definitely our team working very actively to run studies like in different hospitals for like in a limited setup to understand that, okay, what is the limitation that we have and how we can move faster. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and we will move the other questions to offline discussions due to time constraints. So the next part will be our
directly from the raw sensor data on the vehicle. We call this approach AV 2.0. By using end-to-end learning, our solution is unconstrained by intermediate feature representations or handcrafted rules. And we believe that this approach is key to unlocking generalizable and truly intelligent machines. There are a lot of interesting areas of research that bubble up into this larger mission. Ana Maria, Sophia, and I are all researchers at Wave. And next, will tell you a bit about our individual work. I'm Sasha, and I'm a machine learning engineer. Within Wave, I work on our production driving model team. My team is responsible for integrating breakthroughs from our science organization into the training recipe that produces our best production driving models. These models are deployed onto our fleet of vehicles, and they're tested on public roads in central London. My team maintains the production code that's used to train models at scale across hundreds of GPUs and over thousands of hours of high-resolution video data. By scaling our model architectures and datasets, we make our AI driver more robust and better able to reason about complex urban driving scenarios that we frequently encounter driving around London. And on a more personal note, I'm very motivated by working at the intersection of engineering and research and having to deliver state-of-the-art predictive performance despite the limited compute resources that are available on the robot platform. If you're interested in these topics, please come and find me at the mentorship dinner that's happening later on. And I'll hand it off to Anna Maria to talk about applications of language modeling to embodied AI.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anna Maria, and I'm a machine learning engineer in science at Wave. I'm really excited to be here at CVPR today because computer vision has been my passion since my studies. Today, my expertise lies at the intersection of vision, language, and driving. Language will be a key pillar of how we interact with intelligent machines in the future. A recent project that I've been working on is Lingo, a vision language action model that has been driving a car on public roads. The same neural network predicts both actions as well as language explanations. As you can see in the example, the action and as well as explanation changes in response to an in-painted vehicle correctly. We slow down and also have the correct explanation for it. I believe that this grounding between language and action, as well as the visual input, will unlock opportunities for safety, interpretability, and building trust in AI. If you are interested in those topics, you can find me at the mentoring dinner and we can discuss more. Now, I will hand over to Sophia, who will discuss about neural simulation in driving.
I'm Sophia, and my research impacts how we evaluate our driving models at Wave. So our approach to simulation is pretty similar to that of self-driving, where instead of building handcrafted assets and worlds, we opt to learn representations from data. So my work is in neural rendering, where we learn from video data, these 4D reconstructions of the world that we can use to evaluate new driving models, as well as collect synthetic data to train better driving models from. And I love working at Wave because I think Wave has the appetite to embrace bold research bets as viable solutions to open problems like simulation. I think that very few people are actually using neural rendering technology for real world use cases and getting value from it today. And I love seeing my research iteratively provide impact in production as it develops. So come find me if you want to chat about 3D geometry, neural rendering, or production research. So yeah, that's a little whistle-stop tour of some of the problems we're thinking about at Wave and our work, and we'd love to chat with you more at the mentorship dinner. We also have a booth at the expo, and so if you'd like to meet more of the team, please come find us. And yeah, if these problems appeal to you, we're always hiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your sponsorship. So we have our platinum sponsors outside at the sponsorship tables. You can go out there and engage with them anytime. And due to the time limit of our workshop, we will proceed to our next other presentation session.
I think I can use mine. So, not everyone
DynoMC works better with virus like the ResNet Vision Transformer and Vision Transformer. The image on the right shows the end-to-end accuracy results of neuroscience land use classification task. The three supervised models listed are pre-trained on ImageNet 1K. We learn the weighting and fine-tune them on neuroscience. DynoMC with VirusNet performs better or on par with supervised retraining models. On the left bar, the image shows the mean average precision results on bigger slides than use classification tasks. For comparison, we use the same training and validation space as SQL. We fine-tune the pre-trained self-supervised models with different backbones on 10% and 100% training data set, and evaluate them on the identical validation data set. The right image shows the F1 score results on OSCD task. DynoMC with VirusNet outperforms other existing advanced models. This set of images shows the change detection visualization results of the existing models and other models. Same as SQL, our visualization is based on 2 instances of Las Vegas and Dubai from the OECD change detection dataset. Other models are pre-trained on only 10% images of SQL. DynoMC still outperforms SQL DynoTP on this task. This study introduced DynoTP and DynoMC, which expand upon the contrastive Southwest framework in 2 ways: adding a positive temporal contrast strategy, introducing a novel cropping and transformation strategy for local views. Our proposed model of DynoMC outperforms or on par with existing supervised or self-supervised machine models in remote sensing tasks. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. We hope the author gets all those. That's it. Asha, where do you have this one now? All these tabs? Oh, the drive.
Yeah, it'll be here.
It was not close, right? Oh,
One second.
it's closer.
Yeah.
Now for the
Yeah, that's the
for the next 2 authors, they are online, so we can ask this one question.
One second, just let me know this.
Yeah.
Shall we start?
Yeah, go for it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Shilwood, and today I'll be presenting for research on retinal light rapid transformer based CNN for retinal feature segmentation. This is the outline of my presentation. First of all, I will go through the introduction, followed by research objective. Then I will discuss about my proposed model. And after that, I'll discuss about the model complexity. And finally, the result section will be discussed. First question that comes in mind is why segmentation? Because it provides detailed information about the structural and morphological characteristics of retina, which is important for diagnosis of various diseases, including diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and various neurological disorders like dementia. Deep learning-based segmentation offers automation, accuracy, generalizability, and flexibility, making it highly suitable for clinical applications. Existing deep learning models require extensive computational resources, vast memory allocation, and a significant amount of inference time. This is particularly challenging in healthcare settings like ophthalmology, where instant and accurate retinal feature segmentation is essential, and it becomes a bottleneck, especially in environment constrained by hardware limitations. Therefore, our primary objective was to develop the lightweight model that not only support multitask learning, but are also options for deployment on One is general attention and another one is special attention. So general attention ensures that the network focuses on channels with meaningful features, and special attention refines the output of the general attention by focusing on critical sectors in feature map. Here in encoder, we see that we have convolutional blocks which progressively reduce the special dimension of input by enhancing the depth, helping the model to learn more abstract features. Then we have multi-head attention block. If we see the third convolution block, extracted features are reshaped and head into multi-head attention mechanism to capture long range dependencies among the features. This attention mechanism allows the model to focus on different parts of the image, capturing the global context and complex pattern. At the bottleneck, we can see that we perform feature fusion. The features from encoder's convolutional block and the transformer block are concatenated, creating a rich set of features that have both local and global contextual information. Then we see at the decoder side, we have model that have series of transposed convolutional layer, each coupled with CBAM attention block to upsample the fused features. After each upsampling block, the model concatenates the upsampled features with corresponding features from the encoder. This helps in preserving the special details input. So at the end, we see at the decoder side, we have the output block. The model produces two outputs. One is light vessels and another one is optic disc, each being a result of 2D convolution from the final decoder block. The complexity of our model is compared with other state-of-the-art models showing a reduced parameter count and memory footprint alongside competitive inference time. This makes our model suitable for deployment of low memory hardware while maintaining high performance. From the table, we can see that our model have only 66,000 parameters, and the flop count is only 2.46 G-flops. Then we have the inference time, which is less as compared to other existing models, and also our model only takes 0.25 MB of memory to save its parameters. Dataset, our model demonstrates competitive performance on retinal vessel and optic disc communication with comparable F1 scores, JPEG index, sensitivities, and specificities to other model with a significantly fewer parameters. From the table, we can see that our model has better F1 score in blood vessels and better F1 score JPEG and sensitivities in terms of optic disc. Similarly, on ISR dataset, our model achieved comparable result, which shows the performance of our model on diverse datasets. Here are the visual representation of our model with other models like UNet, UNet++, Attention UNet, and our model on IOStar and derived datasets. Showing our model's effectiveness on retinal image segmentation, we can see that first we have the original image, then we have the ground truth of blood vessels and optic discs, and after that we have the predicted images from UNet, UNet++, Attention UNet, and the last column shows the predicted result of a post-model retinal light for drive in IOStar dataset. That's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. I'm now open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, the presenter. I think, well, she is online, so is there any question that you would like to transmit? No? Otherwise, the author will be available, so please contact her through email. Now we move on to the last of the online presentations. Oops. Getting used to different laptops. Should be fine, should be fine.
Hello everyone, my name is Saiba Mujibwani. I'm a PhD student in the University of Rome, and I'm going to present the paper titled as ABC CASNet, Attention-Based Cascaded Capture Network for Audio Deepfake Detection. And let's start with the term itself, that is deepfake. So deepfake is an acronym of two words, deep and fake. And it was actually coined by the Reddit in 2017. Deep pertains to the deep learning, and fake means to fake, that is the not real. So deep fake can be of multimodal, like the video, image, and the audio. So we are working in the field of audio deep fake. So this very technology has emerged as a groundbreaking innovation which allows the manipulation of the audio recording to produce a synthetic speech that closely mimics the person's real voice. So there have been actually many instances that the audio deepfakes have put a real threat to the person's privacy, and that's why there was a need for the detection of these deepfakes. And CNNs have actually proved to be one of the best deep learning methods for the detection. But these CNNs, they have the limitation which actually restrict the detection process. So because of these limitations, the capture networks came into existence, which are the type of the neural network that use groups of the neuron and to capture the spatial hierarchies in the data, preserving the relationship between the features through the dynamic routing, and they offer more robustness to the transformation and better generalization as compared to the traditional CNS. So first one is the preservation of the spatial hierarchy, which allows to maintain the spatial hierarchy and a better relationship between the parts of the object. Second is the dynamic routing, which actually improves the network's ability to generalize the new variations versus the equivariance, which actually reduces the need for the extensive data and the augmentation. And fourth one is the adaptive receptive fields, which actually its flexibility actually helps in capturing the features and the various orientations more effectively. So in this paper, we are actually presenting a module which includes the cascaded capture network, which defines more its advantage, like the improved spatial hierarchy representation, which can effectively model the temporal and spectral relationships with the audio signals, and which leads to a better understanding of the underlying structure of the real and the fake audio. The second one is the enhanced robustness to the transformations, which are inherently better at handling the variation in the transformation, and this robustness is crucial for the detecting the audio deepfakes, which may allow the various understand the various manipulation. Third is the integration with the time frequency analysis. Here we use the spectrograms for the detection, and it captures both temporal and the spectral features, enhancing actually the detection of the subtle that we have anomalies in the audio. And the fourth, we have the generalization capability. It actually preserves the information about the structure and the comparison of the audio signal, and it generalizes the better to the new and unseen types of the deepfake manipulation as compared to the traditional CNN. So this is the overall pipeline of our proposed algorithm. So we have the deepfake audio data set, we go through the pre-processing, then convert them to the MERS spectrograms, and then feature extract, and the features are extracted by this very module VGTNet, and then we go for the attention mechanism, and we have the cascaded capture, and then we have the classification layer, and finally we get the real or the fake. So let me explain briefly about all this. So we have the two data sets, that's the AFC Spook 2019 and the 4 data set. We go for the step by pre-sample, we go for the 4 step pre-sample, noise detection, noise reduction, normalization, and segmentation. These all come under the process of the pre-processing. So normalization we do for -1 to 1 and segment the silence part segments. The silent part they are removed, and finally we go for the generation of the MERS spectrograms, which actually are generated using the MERS scale, and it provides actually a perceptual representation of the sound frequencies which are aligned with the human response. And then we go for the feature extraction using the VGT module, VGT18 module. So this very module is actually designed for the image recognition, and effectively captures both local and the global patterns in the spectrogram, which leverages the transfer learning to use the rich feature set learned from the extensive data. And then we go for the attention mechanism. So after the feature extraction for the attention mechanism, it assigns the weights to each feature vector extracted by the PGT-18 video, focusing on the most relevant parts of the input, and this enhances the model's sensitivity to the features, indicative of the audio authenticity, dynamically adjusting the focus based on characters of the real and the fake audio sample. So then we have the main thing that is the cascaded capsule network. So here we have the two necks, that is capsule network 1 and capsule network 2. So it uses the capsule to retain the multidimensional information and capturing the complex features from the real audio data, and it includes the input for the feature vectors and two formulation layers for the local pattern detection, and a primary capsule for spatial and feature hierarchy. Then we have the dynamic routing, which actually is between the primary and the higher level capsules to ensure the effective communication and focuses on the spatial hierarchies, and the algorithm it really updates the coupling coefficient to define the feature detection. So this very algorithm. So then we have the other capsule network, which processes the output from the capsule network 1. It applies in the second phase of transformation and the dynamic routing. And this network fine-tunes the feature detection by the applying the dynamic algorithm, then routing algorithm focusing on the high-level feature relationship. So after that, it produces the output. And these vectors output, these vectors encapsulate the business knowledge and confidence in the detection results. So then we have experimental setup. We use the two data sets, as I already said, ASV 2019 and the 4 data set. So here in ASV, we only use the logical access, including 17 attacks, and 4 as 4 versions. We go for all the 4 versions, and we also use this very data set as a whole. So these are the results that we actually got. So this is the rough plot for the 4 data set, and we achieved the 99% accuracy on the full data set, and the lowest was for the re-reporting because it consists of the real world attacks, and I believe that maybe that is the reason that we got lowest of the accuracy and was at 96.3. So we also calculated the equal error rates, and the lowest was for the 4 data, which was 0.04 for the whole data, and the maximum was for 2.2 for the real recording for the same reason, which was for the accuracy. And then we have the results for the ASU spoof data set. So the highest accuracy was achieved for the whole data set. ASU spoof for the attack of the Israel, that's 98.1, and the lowest was achieved for the highest accuracy was achieved for the Elite scenario, that's 98.1, and the lowest was achieved for the A17 attack, that's the 95.5. And we also calculated the EER, same as the 4 data set, and we achieved the good EER with the A18 having the least having more year of 1.6, and the overall EER we received for the ASV was 0.06. So we actually compared our results with the preceding literature. So ours worked better for both the data sets for as well as the ASV spoof, and the architecture was same ABC capsule. And the conclusions we draw for our work are we propose the novel architecture ABC capsule, which integrates the mass spectrogram and HT18 for the feature extraction, attention mechanism, cascaded capsule network for the detection. And again, it demonstrated the exceptional good performance for both the data set. And we plan actually to extend the model to cover a wider range of the audio manipulation techniques and to explore the adaptive mechanism to boost the efficiency and reduce the computational demands. And also we aim to ensure the model broader applicability and scalability for more extensive use cases. So these are all the conclusions drawn from it. So thank you so much. And these are our contacts, which you can contact us from these very things. These are for all the LinkedIn. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, any question for the speaker? Otherwise, the same as before, please contact her through email. And now we move on to the next keynote speaker. Yeah.
So while we are setting up for Talisa,
Yeah, because we are a little bit behind time, so we'll skip the coffee break. If you do want to get a coffee, go get it, but remember to come back. So Elisa is an associate professor at the University of Trento and head of research unit at
Sorry. Thanks for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to speak to women because typically, you know, in my class, there's tons of guys only. So I would like to present our recent work on video understanding by leveraging large language models and, sorry.
Sorry, Zoom is on presenter view.
Ah, okay. So how to do it?
Maybe you can swap the displays.
Maybe here? No.
On top, there are two arrows on top.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Okay, now it's so.
Sorry, it was in a different language.
No problem. I think I made it. Okay, sorry for that. So I was saying, I mean,
Go back to switch.
but we switched.
We switched in Zoom, but then
We switched.
And now it's fine also.
I know what is that.
Yeah, but now it's blocked as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, let's stop. This is there and share. Share. This is you sharing the desktop or the
Yeah,
presentation?
that we can share. Let's share this one.
Then switch. Okay, and then switch. Oops.
No, but then we can't go.
Let me try. 1 second, please.
We'll go.
Okay. Share my. And then here, okay. Then you should switch the.
Yeah, but it's not switching. So we
Are
went.
you able to control the other? Move your mouse to.
I didn't do
Maybe if we just put
this one.
Yeah.
It's the
full
same.
screen and then share it.
Yeah, but it's the same.
Okay.
I don't know what to do. Sorry, guys, but
No, okay, stop sharing. Okay, okay, let's just stop this and just keep Zoom in the presenter view. Okay, let's see.
I think it's the problem with this monitor.
I don't know.
don't know, guys. I know it's
No, I think Max is still mirroring. Oh,
No,
this
it's in
is not
Italian.
English. If you can go to the display.
Yes.
Yeah, and then display.
Yeah,
Can you
but
do
it's
mirror?
duplicate.
Can you
It
do-
duplicate. It's duplicate
already-
already. It's already duplicate.
Okay, then just this over here. Share it. No.
Yeah, but then people. Guys, I don't know.
Oh, I know. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Perfect. We have to go to that one.
Here, maybe.
Actually,
Let's see, okay, and then this, and then on that screen, you have to take the cursor here, and then this. Okay.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry for that. I also, this doesn't help the Italian, but now it's still bad on Zoom, right?
Yeah, but
You guys, as you wish. Later we optimize Zoom mostly. Okay, so let's start again. So as I said, we are dealing with video understanding. So our community have put tremendous effort in developing methods for understanding videos of different types, sports video, egocentric video, video coming from video surveillance. And I think there is no need in this room to explain to anybody that this video understanding requires a massive effort in terms of data annotation. But then annotating data, it's well known, it's a tedious process, it's very costly, it's error prone. So we have a bunch of problems when we require very large scale annotated data. The good news is that over the years, a lot of people in our community have put effort into devising bigger and bigger data sets and annotating them. And so, for instance, a successful example is egocentric videos that, has been advancing at very fast pace. And one of the reasons why this field has been advancing at fast pace is that a lot of people have put efforts in releasing bigger and bigger data sets, releasing annotation at different granularity. So we have really done a lot as a community. But I want to say that there are other areas, like for instance, video anomaly detection. There's also another problem that is relevant in our community where we didn't have so much structured efforts. And so if you take a recent survey and you do the similar exercise that we were doing for egocentric video, and you see that kind of data sets that are available now, that you will see that these data sets are actually much less well structured. They are typically smaller. The annotation are not at that large scale. Also, it's very hard to annotate what is an anomaly, right? This is technically an ill-posed problem. So what do we do here? So one point that I want to make is that for anomaly detection, another thing is that the kind of annotation changed the methods that we can use. So of course, one possibility would be to have annotation at frame levels, and this will allows us to design fully supervised methods. They are very strong. However, this is practically infeasible. Another thing that we can do is that we adopt a one-class approach. So we are only taking videos with normal activities, and then we are trying to devise a method that detects anomalies with a one-class approach, like one-class SVM or whatever you want. So another possibility, this is the most well-known approach, is weakly supervised approach to anomaly detection, where we are basically having annotation at video level. So we know that the video contains an anomaly, but we don't know which frames. And of course, there is the possibility to do unsupervised learning. This changed the numbers, this changed the performance. So either you take an approach or another one, then you have a different possibility of achieving a stronger method. So at the moment, weakly supervised methods are the state of the art for this problem. For some data set, you see that the performance are actually okay, but then if you move and try to use one of these models in the wild, they still generalize quite poorly. So we do have a bottleneck here for some tasks in video understanding where we are lacking data, annotated data. So so far I've said a bunch of bad news, but then we also have good news. So we nowadays have the possibility to use large foundation models. And this, of course, may help because it's very well known that these models have higher generalization capabilities, so they can somehow compensate for the lack of annotated data. Another good news is that we have maybe some prior knowledge from large language model that we could exploit to make our models stronger and stronger. This is, for instance, an example of an LLM reasoning on the concept of the dog. And the third good news is that this thing of learning without much annotated data is something that has been the interest of our community for many years. That means that for all the different research area like domain adaptation, continual learning, semi-supervised learning. We have done tremendous progresses. And so if you open papers with code and you look for instance, domain adaptation or semi-supervised learning, and you look at the different data sets, you will see that we have been growing and having increased performance over time for all these different settings. And so the point that I want to make today is that thanks to the use of vision and language models, and with the help of weakly supervised advanced technique, and with the help of large language model, you can build stronger methods for video understanding. And so with respect to this, I would like to present a couple of works that we are presenting here at CVPR in the main session on Thursday. So the first work is about harnessing large language model for training-free video anomaly detection. And so the motivation for this work is that so far, all the methods for video anomaly detection are training-based. So either you take a fully supervised approach, one-class approach, unsupervised method, weakly supervised, still you need to train a model. And our bet is that you can avoid this. And you can avoid this by just reasoning at the inference phase with a clever interplay between a vision and language model and a large language model. And let's see how far we can go with this idea. So what we tried at the beginning is to try to do some empirical investigation and try to see what happens if you are using captioning, a visual question captioning models, and then we are using a large language model to ask directly to the large language model is if given a caption, you have something anomalous or not. This is the experiments that we have done. And then if you take different captioning models and you take different large language model, more or less, you see that somehow they are doing something. Of course, the upper bound is one state-of-the-art methods that is training-based, but this gives somehow some hope to further investigate this idea of combining a captioning model with a large language model and see what you can get. And this led us to design this method that we called LAVAD. So it's a language-based video anomaly detection. And the idea is to exploit captions and also to exploit the large language models to automatically determine an anomaly score for the different frames of a video. At a very high level, the method is based on 3 steps. So in the first step, we have a captioning part, and then of course captions for each frame in a video can be extremely noisy. So what we did was to have some way of cleaning caption by replacing the caption based on semantic similarity. A second thing that we did is to invoke large language models for producing a summary of the different captions that are extracted in a video. This is necessary because otherwise you will have a separate caption and there is no temporal information. And then you are also asking to the large language model to produce an anomaly score. So this is somehow the output of the LLM. And the third step is that this anomaly score can be extremely noisy. And so you need a way to smooth out over time these scores. And we propose a video text score refinement. So basically, we are aggregating scores for frames that are semantically similar. So if you try to evaluate this idea, so a purely training-free pipeline to the anomaly detection, you will see that somehow we are getting something competitive, and we are getting something, for instance, on the first dataset that is UCF crime, that is definitely better than one class and unsupervised learning methods, still not approaching the weakly supervised methods, but this gives hope to further push this baseline and maybe further use the textual information and clean the text information and skip the training part. These are some qualitative experiments results, and then we have a video with no abnormal activities on the right, while we have videos with some abnormal activities on the left. These are the captions produced after the temporal summarization with the LLM. Of course, there is some noise in the signals of the anomaly scores. This noise maybe can be further, cleaned, but overall, the system is doing pretty well, considering the fact that all these videos are new to the system. And the second work that I would like to present is instead about another task where we are also lacking annotations. So this task is a zero-shot temporal action localization, and we try to approach this task with a different perspective by proposing a test time adaptation method. So we started to study state-of-the-art methods for zero-shot temporal action localization. These methods are somehow strong, but they are all training-based. So you're basically training your network, and then you apply on your test data, and you are going to select the areas in the temporal segments in the video where the action take place. However, if you do some empirical analysis, you find that these objects are actually very strong if you are evaluating them with similar data to the training data, but then there is a quite systematic drop of performance when you are asking to these models to see what if they are able to segment videos in different conditions. So somehow cross-domain performance are not satisfactory. So what we wanted to do is we want to eliminate the bias that is induced by training the model on the training set, and we want to see, similarly to the previous work, how far we can go without training on the training set, but just reasoning on the new video with the form of, adaptation that it's a test time adaptation methods, and we don't have any labeled information at test time. We are just reasoning on, on the context, and we are having a self-supervised adaptation approach. And this is a bit the architecture of our methods, that is test time, TEAL, test time adaptation for temporal action localization. So similarly to before, we have two encoders, one for the visual part and the other one for the textual part, and we resort on one state-of-the-art vision language model. And the first thing that we did is to compute pseudo labels at video level. So you consider the different embeddings, so the different frame in a video, you merge them, and then you are applying your vision language model, and you compute a pseudo label for the action that is present in the video. Then the second thing that you do is at the frame level, we want to see if the embedding of a frame is similar to the embedding of the video. This allows us somehow to determine which frames are likely to contain the action and which frame are instead negative frames. And this is somehow means that we are forming a set of positive and negative frames. And then we can design on the top of this some self-supervised laws. These self-supervised laws are inspired by literature on self-supervised learning. So for instance, we took inspiration from the popular Bayol methods, and we had a representation loss that somehow brings together the representation of the positive frames, and another separation loss that somehow separate the embeddings of the positive and the negative frames. Given these losses, we are simply, training the projection layers, so the encoding of the video and the text are kept fixed. And given this, then we are able to propose a first segmentation, temporal segmentation for the video. But then this is not enough. We are invoking text again. We are using captions to further suppress regions that probably don't contain the action of interest. Of course, I mean, I skipped all the details, but you can have a look at our papers. So how far you can go with a similar, test time adaptation approach? So we have two types of methods that we can compare with. So the white methods are basically training free approaches and so somehow the performance are very poor in these tasks. They are also frame-based, so of course we can't expect too much. And then we have somehow the upper bound, that is what you can get instead with state-of-the-art methods for temporal action localization. And we have that our method is a bit in between. And so somehow for some data set, for some scenario, we are not that far to the training-based approach. Probably the best will be, to take something hybrid. But overall, I think that we were pretty much satisfied of what we get without training. So these are some qualitative results, especially on the video on the left. The system is quite good in localizing penalties on the soccer match. But to me, the most interesting part of this work is actually this one. So we don't reach the state of the art. Of course, our method develops from different assumptions. But the thing is, how far can we really go with a test time adaptation approach? And for understanding this, we design an oracle experiment. So you take the performance of our method, and then you are starting to see what is happening if you start to not make mistake in some part of the method. For instance, if the video-based pseudo labels are all correct, how much our performance improve? And we actually improve by 1 point. Then another thing is, if during the captioning part, the video suppression part, we have some indication on the numbers of the regions, how far we can go. So we are increasing another 4 point. But then the last and the best increase in performance is obtained if we don't do any mistakes in selecting the positive and the negative frames in our loss. So somehow, and if we are doing all these things in a good way, then we are actually getting performance that are actually similar to the training-based approach. So somehow, if we have mechanism to suppress these errors, our idea can be pushed further to have better performance. So what do we learn from this work, and what's next? So I think that we learned that now, even with the clip-based methods, with the language, this vision and language model can be also very strong for video understanding. Another thing that we learned that captions are very useful in this setting. However, in the way we use, they were kind of computationally heavy. So for instance, one thing to see could be if we can replace the captioning model maybe with some retrieval technique or with something a bit more sophisticated and a bit faster. Also, training-free methods, like in the first work, were actually quite competitive in some tasks, like for video anomaly detection. We also saw that large language model can be of great help. And for this, we have much better opportunities than what we have done. For instance, we can put in place some strategy for cleaning the text for better summarization. And so I think that one interesting thing would be to see how these ideas can scale, where the number of action and object it's really growing in the videos. And this is something that we could not do much in the past. Then, of course, we did this work already 1 year ago. Now there will be many more foundational models, most of them video-based. So, of course, we need to be prepared and to design a stronger model for that. So I would like to thank you for the attention, and also my co-authors that are all around in the conference, and we are presenting these 2 works at poster session on Thursday. So if you would like to talk to us, we will be very glad. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Anyone want to ask a question? If no one's asked. Yeah, sure. I want to know about the semantic similarity that you spoke about in the to remove the noisy parts of the video.
Yeah, the semantic similarity is simply if the embeddings of the different parts of the video, you mean this one, right? Wait. Yeah. This one, right? So you mean is if I get 2 frames in a video. If their embedding is a bit more similar, then the anomaly score should also be similar. So we are pushing this as a method to clean these anomaly scores. Otherwise, by just taking as the output of the LLM, they will be super noisy. So this was a bit the idea. Of course, there are other strategies to clean these signals, but somehow our idea is that the video can help to clean the noise coming directly from the LLM. Yeah, we could. Yes, indeed. I mean, we could redesign entirely the other part with this as well. Yes, I agree. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry for.
No worries. And then we have another sponsor. Thanks for the wonderful talk. So next we will have our second sponsorship session. So first of all, we're glad to have Professor Christian Roman from Meta here to do a brief introduction on the works of what's happening in Meta. So.
Five-minute kind of teaser talk. So definitely teaser in the spirit of, I won't get into how the methods work. I want to just kind of highlight things that are coming from both Meta and my group at UT at this conference. And it's centered around multimodal skill and procedural learning from video. And so this is the one motivation as the big picture is wondering this question, what if AI could understand human skill? And there's two fronts at which this is very exciting. One is in augmented reality and mixed reality, where you can imagine having an assistant by your side that can see what you see, understand it, and then give you the right kind of advice or coaching. That would allow transfer of human skill from other people, from video, in really exciting, novel ways, but demand that AI and perception be there. And then the second front is on robot learning, where it's exciting to think about teaching robots, not just from physical experience of their own, not just from us dragging their arms around to show them, but just letting them watch our activities in daily life to learn new things. And this is, you know, a lofty goal, but thinking about learning about human-centric spaces, environments, and objects, and the way we use them and translating that to more and more intelligent robots. So that's just like the overarching motivation for these teaser examples I want to show you from the group. The first one is on the data set front. And here we are releasing, or just released within the last months, and now presenting for the first time at CVPR, a new data set called EgoXO40. And this is a consortium effort from all the 15 institutions you see listed at the bottom there, who came together to create this data set focused on both egocentric video and exocentric video together, time synced in a very high quality manner, so that you get data like this, where you can view the world from the actor as well as an observer of that actor. So ego on the left, SLAM camera, ego on the top. Here are 4 to 5 exo cameras facing the actor there. And this is focused on skilled activities specifically, really getting into domains like dance, sports, music, cooking, bike repair, things that take extra human skill to achieve, so that we can start learning and having AI learn about human skill from this multi-view data and in fact, very multimodal data as well. Okay, and there's a talk on Friday about this in detail if you're interested. The second component I will share is on skill learning in terms of procedural activity. So when we say procedural, we mean an activity, there's one goal, but there's many steps that you have to take to get to that goal. And there's some dependency structure among those steps that you have to execute. And any one of those steps, especially in the kind of data we're looking at, will involve some close manipulation of objects usually. So here I wanted to show you an idea that's motivated from even a real world application where you could imagine trying to learn from how-to videos. Have you ever done this? I imagine it's reasonably common, whether it's kind of the things like dance and music or even just the things like, how do I fix this or that in my house? We can turn to how-to videos. And let's take cooking as an example here, or imagine you're watching, kind of learning this procedural task to make pasta, looking at it step by step. And then, oh boy, they come into some, a tool here. This is like a pasta making machine that you don't have. And so, maybe you have it, but you'd rather have another way to do this task. So we introduced this notion of video detours to say, can you ask in natural language questions about the video that would allow you to redirect to some other video? Because that's the thing about how-to content. There's many ways to do a task, and there's different skills involved, different variations, especially in cooking. And so we'd like to be able to automatically navigate across instructional video to find you the portion of the video that would answer your question, like, how do I do this without a machine? And so we call this a detour clip. And the job of the model, of course, is to figure out how to answer the question and with which video, so that you could take that detour and get back to where you were going. And so this is a new idea, new kind of problem setting, and we introduced a video language model to achieve this. And again, it's prevalent in cooking, the kind of questions that might come up, like changing the ingredients, changing the tools, or even encountering a video that's missing a step that you need more information to get it right. Okay, and this is some work that my student Ashutosh will present on Thursday. Okay, continuing with that notion of hand manipulation and rich skills through procedural activities, we've been looking closely at object state change understanding. So object state change. So that's the phrase meaning, an object goes from one state, like a whole broccoli, to another state, like a chopped broccoli. Cooking, they're very prevalent, but other domains too, chopping the wood, shaping the wood, tying your shoe, tying a tie. These are ways in which objects change their appearance or even their shape and topology. And it's very interesting for procedural activity because these state changes are what progress the activity, right? You get from the one state to the next state, now you're ready for the subsequent step. And so those were examples from instructional videos showing what object state changes look like. And what we notice in the literature is that current methods would struggle with the fact that there's a very long tail of object state changes. Meaning, maybe you've seen tons of objects or onions get chopped, apples get chopped, but you've almost never seen or even ever seen in video some rare pepper be chopped. But models need to be able to make this generalization. And so in the work from my student Sherry, also at Meta, that will present Thursday, we tackle this kind of open world formulation to leverage familiar state changes with objects you've seen to generalize to new objects you haven't. So the notion, in other words, the notion of chopping or the notion of tying is what has to be learned and then translated to new objects. And this will help us with this kind of skill learning, procedural tracking. And then the final example I want to show you is an audiovisual, where we can think about activities in a multimodal context. EgoXO4D does this. And here we're looking specifically at sound with the idea that we'd like to determine which sounds are attributable to the human action. And the reason that's not trivial, because well, I've seen action in video, I've seen sound in video, I've heard it, and I can correlate those. Problem is there's a lot of incidental correlations of sounds with the video. Most notably, background things that aren't even in the video, but take a lot of sound or issue a lot of sound. So for example, here in this video, the person is doing a certain action, which is to move the metal cutting machine. And I'm not playing video here, it's just a figure, but the sound has a lot of ongoing sound of what the machine noise is. Okay, so if you were just to learn, like, okay, when someone moves the machine, it sounds like that, you'd be learning the ambient sound instead. So we want to be able to distinguish between cases like that versus cases where the sounds that accompany the video are due to the human action. Okay, and so again, just teaser style, what do we come up with? So then we present a model to do this kind of discovery, and now it can look at videos like these and deem them very action centric. Okay, you get that sense? So all those sounds were very much attributed to the action of human. And here's the ones that are the least according to the model. These have sounds that are real sounds, but they're not attributable to the human action. Okay, you get that sense. And the challenge is trying to do this when you don't have data labeled for it. So it's an unsupervised approach to discover where are the multimodal consensus with language, vision, and audio in order to do that kind of exposure of the action-specific sounds. And John will present that on Friday. The last example, also audiovisual, we're looking at, instead of those very kind of manipulation, action-centric settings, like the ones in those Eco 40 videos, also social settings where people speaking is really the essential sound. And we're looking at learning audiovisual spatial features based on some novel formulations of in-painting on the binaural audio stream. Binaural means 2 ears, so multi-channel audio. Okay, and that allows us to do new, better than we could on tasks like denoising, background subtraction of sound, and active speaker detection. And that will present on Friday. All right, so that was my whirlwind examples from our current work. And thanks so much for your attention. Glad to take any questions or if not time offline.
Thank you, Christian, for this wonderful talk. And if there's any question, we can move the questions offline with Christian. Okay, thank you very much. So next we will have our sponsors from Toyota and Apple to share with us the videos from their companies.
Yeah. Is it coming? Let me just share this space. So first of all, that's it.
Robotics is one of the big bets that TRI is placing for the future. The reason why we're investing so heavily in robotics is the potential to address big challenges that are facing society, in particular, the mega trend of aging society.
How do you articulate the problem that is going to push the technology towards that long-term vision? And the strategy we've taken for that is to find these challenge problems and clearly define tasks that are beyond the state-of-the-art capabilities that will force us to grow our core capabilities towards that long-term challenge. For instance, the team I work with here that's doing dexterous manipulation, we decided that food preparation we could form a grand challenge out of.
As a group, we're looking at something much bigger than pizza making, or even just food. Right now, my group is working on generating the individual skills. How do we make cuts? How do we make doughs? How do we spread sauce? We're not just focused on pizza making. We're actually looking at a generalized pipeline that can generate skills and generate tasks for all kinds of different applications. It's very conceivable we'll extend the approach to things like laundry folding, to tidying up, or even in the factory lines. One of our challenges is making all of these individual bits of machine learning work and work together and be flexible enough that they can improve themselves over time. And as we add new tasks and we add new capabilities, we can take advantage of what we had before, and then we can just continue to improve the robot instead of starting over from scratch.
We do challenge tasks to try to apply what we think a solution might be to a real application. So for example, if our challenge task is grocery shopping and our robot needs to go and figure out how is it going to identify the right box of cereal to pull off of the shelf and safely put it in the basket without damaging anything or itself or anyone around it. We can take what we've learned with that and apply it in a factory environment. How do we pluck the right part at the right time and put it in the right place safely and reliably every time.
Toyota is obviously a huge manufacturing company, so I think that provides several different potential ways to take advantage of that. Another potential aspect is using Toyota manufacturing to actually build robots for us. Robotics and mobile manipulators specifically can have the potential to operate in human environments like no other robot in the past, and potentially provide value to people's daily lives.
Robotics definitely has the ability to amplify people's abilities, but applying it to a problem, a real world problem, and actually helping people, that's where I think technology can really benefit people. So the problem that we've chosen is really about helping older adults in the home with their mobility and stability. Typically in machine learning, a large amount of data is actually required in order for these algorithms to learn whatever task is supposed to be done. And in this case, we're actually looking at a very specialty use case where we have these very expert people who have this medical knowledge and training. From there, we can use that information to then think about, well, how can the robot then act in the role of the caregiver? How should the robot move its own physical body in order to provide the support that the care receiver needs?
We believe that soft robotics is going to be very important for allowing robots to operate in the same space as people. It will be easier to do certain things that require large scale manipulation, picking up boxes that have a dynamic property, or if you're co-working with humans, maybe the human is going to perturb or add something to the box that the robot is holding, or try to help the robot. I get really excited about how we might use this for domestic environments where people will actually see this technology and start to use this, and can actually benefit people to have a robot like this in their home, then grow with the human and learn how to interact with humans.
Okay, so next we will have our video from our sponsor Apple, and in the meanwhile, you are welcome to grab our swag bags, which is located at the end of our workshop room, and there are some gifts prepared by our sponsors in the bags. So you are feel free to grab any swag bags and gifts and bring it together with you.
So, yeah, it's not going away. I have it open. What should I do? Yeah, stop share 1 second. Let's do this for a minute. And then, wait, what's this? Apple video. Yeah, Apple videos here. Then do again sharing. It's better this way. Right. It was giving us a hard time. Okay. Should I still want to speak some? No, just.
To the constant beginners who sing off key against the beat. To those unfamiliar with convention, unmoved by rules, and reborn with every new discovery. Those open to daydreams and night dreams and visions and mirages. See the millions of shades of green in a field of grass. Whose days are filled with mysteries that cannot be solved. You are more powerful than you think. You are welcome here.
Good. So now we proceed to the last 2 oral presentations.
Yeah, I just do stop sharing.
So the presenters are here on site. You're the second one, right? But we meet on presentation number 5. Yeah, please. Yes. Presentation.
Malika.
Yeah. So it's ready. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Malika presenting my work, which is basically Jest Former. So it is the transformer model, which we have designed for a dynamic hand gesture. So the application is recognition. So the paper, so this is authored by me, my professor Devashish Ghosh and Pyari Mohan Pradhan, and we'll be having a poster session. Please do visit 356 number. So little background about the transformers. So I think we all must be aware of. Transformers have basically two components. First is the attention module, and second is the feed-forward network. And there has been much research which works on these two modules. So this attention module is replaced by sometimes the MLP, sometimes by pooling, some the Fourier transforms, and many other versions of transformer are there in the literature. This generalized view is instead of using attention, we can think it as a token mixer, which mixes token from different inputs. So the generalized architecture can be seen as a metaformer. And there is one pool former network that has much greater accuracy on ImageNet data. And this performs better than the transformer itself, which is DEIT dataset, this DEIT model. So a pool former has much better accuracy than other transformer models. So the objective of using transformers in dynamic hand gesture and designing this model is that we wanted to design a resource efficient model which performs nearly comparable to the traditional transformer. So we have designed a Jest Former transformer for dynamic hand gestures. In this, we have three types of input from the dataset using different sensors, camera sensor as well as depth sensors. So first is the RGB image, which is taken from the cameras, then the depth and the IR, which are available in the dataset itself. And we have extracted optical flow from the RGB images, which is traditional method of extracting optical flow from the RGB images. And then second, we have extracted normals from the depth maps, which are not that much available in the literature. Only some initial work has been done. There are some examples of normals extracted from the depth. The first row shows the depth from two data sets, and we gesture first two columns, and second two columns are the Brio data sets. So these are some example, and these are extracted using these equations. So first, it was extracted by Andrea. So these representations are, first is the direction, which is calculated using the gradient over different directions X and Y. These gradients are called depth gradients, and then normalization is performed on the vector. So then this is how we get the normal vector B. So this was the detail how norms are formed from depth maps. So as we know, transformers are computationally expensive models because that involves scaled dot product of query key. So they scales up quadratically with the sequential data. So when it is used for vision-based applications, that computational complexity increases with every pixel, and it even increases with video input. So there has been much work in the literature which deals with this quadratic complexity. Linformer, in the first figure, we can see that the inference time for transformer is quadratically scaled up with the sequence of input. Here also we can say in the memory utilization for transformer is quadratic with the input, number of inputs. So we have to deal with this quadratic complexity, and we have to design a model that is less computationally expensive. So that was the motivation behind our work. So we have designed a jest former. Jest comes from the application that is used for recognizing gestures, and former is from the transformer. So jest former we have proposed. Our model basically relies on the core, which is pool former. So we have used the pool former as the base for our model, and then some enhancement over that we have proposed. So this is the complete pipeline. First, the image, any form of the 5 input data, this can be given as input to the model. And then we have extracted features using ResNet. After the features are being extracted, these are fed to the 5 stages of the transformer, proposed transformer. So we have used, 6 stages of the transformer. This is multi-scale wavelet pooling transformer we have proposed. And from after the transformer stages, these are being pooled, average pooled, and then linear head is used for recognition at the end. So little more detail about the proposed multi-scale wavelet pooling transformer. So as I told, there are 2 modules in the transformer. First is the attention, and second is the feed-forward network. So in our case also, we have 2 networks. First is the multi-scale wavelet pooling attention module, which is nothing but the token mixture that uses pooling layers. And second is the feed-forward network. So in our case, it's the gated deconvolution feed-forward network. Little more detail about the MWPA, that is multi-scale wavelet pooling attention. So first, the input is passed through the wavelet coefficient processing block. Then we have used multi-scale pooling. So detail about multi-scale pooling, we have used 3 branches with different filter size. So 3x3, 5x5, and 7x7. So why we have done this? Because the application is a gesture, so hands are involved. So we have different size of hands in the dataset, like for small kid, for aged person, matured person. With gender also, the size of hand varies. So we have to make our model robust against the size invariability and scale also. So we have used a different this filter size for pooling. This is the wavelet coefficient processing block, where first wavelets are being calculated using a discrete wavelet transform. So there are 4 coefficients: low, 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 high, high, low, and high, high. These are first, the low, low is the approximation of the pixels. Second is the horizontal details within the image. Third, HL is the vertical detail, and HH is the fine details of from the image. So these coefficients are further processed, and then they are aggregated to give the one output using inverse DWT. So this technique has been used in image imprinting. So the concept has been taken from there, which is used for reducing the noise, and only the specific information is used to pass through the network. So this was all about the attention block. Next is the feed-forward block. So we have used gated deconvolution feed-forward network, which is nothing but a gated mechanism that helps the model to pass only a specific information, and specific in terms of usefulness. And this is the complete diagram of the gated deconvolution feed-forward network. So the gating mechanism involves 2 parallel layers of deconvolution layer, and out of which one involves the non-linearity regularization, which is GALU. So this is the formula for this complete, and P dash is the final output, which is obtained from P. P is the input. So this was all about the framework. Then we have experimented on 5 modalities: color, depth, IR, normal, and optical flow. So we have trained the model separately for these 5 modalities. So single modality results are here, and we have compared the result with the traditional transformer for 2 datasets, and we just and Bryrio datasets. And then using late fusion, we have calculated the maximum probability score for the classes, and then we have got the results for 2 modality, 3 modality, 4 and 5th, so on. We have the results for this. Next, these results are compared with the different state-of-art methods for both of the datasets. So in NV gesture dataset, we are able to get the comparable results with lesser number of parameters and less complexity. But in Braille dataset, we are able to outperform other state-of-art methods, even with the single modality input, that is IR. We are able to outperform other methods. So ablation of the model design. First, we have experimented on pool former, and that gives us an accuracy of 76.04%, which is a little less than the transformer. So we have experimented with different modules, and we have applied multi-scale pooling. After that, we have added embedding to this. Then we have processed the input using wavelet coefficient processing block. And we have replaced the feed-forward network with GDFN. Then for each of those first 5 baselines, our accuracy is increasing. That means this confirms our design in selecting the module. And then different combinations of these modules are B6, B7, BL7, and BL8. And BL8 is our final just former module. So we have analyzed the parameters and the max, and just former has lesser number of parameters and max as compared to the traditional transformer method. So this is how our complexity is also reduced. So basically we have added 3 modules. First is the wavelet coefficient at the input. Then we have performed multi-scale pooling. Multi-scale pooling helps us aggregate the contextual information, which is very necessary when dynamic hands are considered. So multi-scale contextual information is being extracted using multi-scale pooling. And then we have used the gated network, which helps transfer the specific information or the useful information in the different stages of the network. So this helps us reduce the parameters and lower the computational complexity of the traditional transformer method. And we have also seen that using our just former, we are able to get the comparable results on NV gesture and better results on Braille dataset. So yeah, this was all about my work.
Okay, we don't have time for questions, so please reach the author during the poster session. Thank you again. Yeah, the last presentation. Yeah, I keep.
What's that?
Right? I'll share screen. Yeah, 1 second. No. What is Zoom here?
It's fine. Just do all the share. No, yeah, just do share all. Just share all.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you. Should be fine with that.
Good morning. This is the work of my student, Yingxiao Huang. She could not be here because of visa issues. The work is on unsupervised domain adaptation for width segmentation using greedy pseudo labeling. So we know that width is a major problem. We can control it using multiple ways, mechanical, biological, but the herbicide spraying, particularly uniform herbicide spraying, is the most common strategy to control weeds. We know that herbicides are bad for the environment. It's expensive. And if you look at this field on the slide, there are weeds at very few locations. And if we spray the entire field, it will be waste of money, and it's also very bad for the environment. So what we need to do is we need variable rate spraying or spot spraying. For that, we need to detect the weeds, and deep learning methods. Right now, the particular like CNN-based methods are the ones that are used for these methods. We know that the common methods and the methods that work in all cases, or most of the cases, are supervised methods. And to do supervised methods for images like this, to label this image, it will take multiple hours easily, and it's not fun, and you need domain expertise to do this label. You cannot do crowdsourcing for crowdsource data for this type of applications. Once, if you have label for someone, here is like a simple case. So if you have label data for this field, you capture the images the next day or from a different field. They're very different. If you change the camera, they're even more different. The plants are growing, the weeds are different. What we need to do is we need to have some sort of mechanism where we can adapt from one domain to another domain. So we have label source data, for example, we train a model, and then we have target data, which is, for example, we don't have the labels for it. We want the model to do better on the new data. 3 common methods, or you can categorize it in 3 different groups, like the input labels. These are like style transfer, for example, using the Fourier transform, the feature-based, the gain-based methods where you can map the source and the target domain to a common semantic space. And then what we have is the output label where you do self-training, for example, using the pseudo label. This is the work that we are, that Hinshaw is doing. It's on the pseudo labels. Here is the common, like the broader overview. So we have the source images. We train the model on the source images. We make predictions on that model. On the target data, now we have the target labels, but the target labels are from a different domain and from a different distribution, and they're not necessarily doing great on that. So what we want to do is we cannot use all of the pseudo labels in retraining the model. We can use some of the pseudo labels. And there are multiple strategies to select the pseudo labels. In here, what Hinshaw is doing is that she's using the covariance of the pixels belonging to each class before the adaptation and after the adaptation to select the right amount of pixels. Once the pixels are selected, the pseudo labels are selected, you co-train the model and then make predictions on the target images. So here is the main diagram. So what's different in here than the previous methods is that she would select multiple proportions like 10%, 20%, 30, 40, and 50%. And then we trained the model, we co-train the model with each of those proportions, do covariance analysis, and select the ones with the least covariance between the before the adaptation and after the adaptation. But what we want to do is we want to select a minimum of 10% of the pseudo labels. So if the pseudo labels are selected, they're less than or just 10% or more than 10%, what we need to do is we select the 10% pseudo labels, co-train the model, and repeat the process. So that's the only the iteration that we doing with this one. For the last function is some details for the last function. So the last function is the pseudo, the soft IO. So it's basically the soft IO of the source and the target pseudo label. The pseudo label selection, the selection is based on a threshold. The threshold is based on the selection proportion. The selection proportion is decided based on the covariance. In more detail, I can talk in the poster session. The method is tested on the ROSE challenge dataset. It has multiple robots, different crops, and different stages, early stage and mid stage, and multiple kinds of weeds. And so here are some examples from the dataset with the ground with the labels. Here is a comparison on 8 different adaptations from one robot to another robot, from one year to another year. The method is doing consistently better across all the adaptation except one. Here are some comparison qualitative results. We can talk the details. So it's capturing some of the finer details which are missed by the other methods. Here is just one quick graph where we can compare the covariance in the mean IOU across different selection proportions. There is some fluctuation, but overall what we see here is when the covariance is minimum, the IOU is the highest. And there are some more examples. And this is a comparison where we tried like without a proper selection proportion. So for example, like there is this method, which is the class balance self-training. So if you start training and start incorporating the target domain like 10% and then retraining again. So what you have is like the early false labels, they deteriorate the class performance. And that's the main problem that we want to solve in this paper. There are several strengths, but the main weakness is that the test performance is restricted by the baseline. So if the baseline is not performing well enough, then the improvements are marginal. So here's some conclusion. We propose an output layered approach for weight segmentation. We use covariance and we incorporate the soft IU loss function, the label source and the pseudo label, and it's doing better across multiple scenarios. As a future work, we would consider like the class imbalance, and because like in agriculture and the classes are very imbalanced, we have crop pixels, wheat pixels, and the background. So most of the stuff, the pixels belong to the background. So if we consider like how is the class imbalance, probably we can improve. We can combine this with style transfer, and we can use better backbone. So here are some references. Thank you.
Thank you. We can ask you a question during the poster section again. Thank you. Now we move on to the next keynote speaker, the next and last.
Yeah, so we now have our last keynote speaker, Huoyi. So she is a researcher at NVIDIA Research and a postdoctoral scholar at UC Berkeley, advised by Professor Jitendra Malik and Professor Trevor Darrow. She received her PhD at Cornell University, advised by Professor Serge Belongi and Professor Tianxu Wen-Weber. Her research interest lies in machine learning and multimodal systems. She aims at developing generalizable algorithms and interactive intelligence systems, with an emphasis on large language models, generative models, and robotics. To accomplish this, she worked on aligning the representations from multimodal data, specifically vision and inference, redefine and expand the capabilities of intelligent systems in perceiving, understanding, and interacting with the world in a human-like manner. So I'll hand over to Huoyi. Thanks for the introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Huoyi Li. So today I'm very excited to talk about our recent work, the vision and language for interactive robot task planning. Okay, so we assume an interactive robot framework should easily generalize to new goals or distinct tasks, be able to do replanning during execution, or make it easy for users to provide task guidelines. However, the existing approaches cannot replan or only focus on one round planning. They require complicated task guidelines from users. For example, the prompt from NVIDIA and the code as policy from the Google DeepMind, basically they usually will require the user provide the background robotics knowledge about a specific code and then extend that to the corresponding actions. However, the user may not have the robotics background.
So how we enable the users without any background that can interact with the robot and to make it to work on different tasks. So first, let's consider a task about making a drink. So we have complicated task guidelines from the previous methods. And now the user wants say, may I have a cup of milk with taro? However, at this point, the robot may not be able to make it and say, we don't have an example for making a taro milk. And also the user wondering, sorry, I want matcha milk with boba instead. And again, the robot cannot do that because it says, unfortunately, we don't have an example for replanning for a new drink. To tackle all these problems, we propose an efficient framework interactive task planning with language models to tackle this issue. So first of all, we design user-friendly ITP task guidelines for making a drink. So you can see, instead of previous approaches, we provide very easily accessible task guidelines for our users. So our user just need to provide these task guidelines to the robot. Then our internal system ITP can, based on the task guidelines, and ask the robot to execute each task. So as you have seen in this task guideline, it's very simple. Basically, it contains the options about like what kind of milk you want to milk. It includes pure milk, strawberry milk, boba milk, and as well as the instruction to make a pure milk, to make a strawberry milk, as well as a boba milk, what you should get. And what's the material you have. For example, for if you want to make a boba milk, and you need the material boba and milk. And the steps is that we first get an empty cup and bring it to the working area. Then you add boba to the working cup. And the next, you just pour the milk into the working cup. And finally, you put the working cup in the finished location. And the ITP goes from the high-level planning to low-level execution. So basically, just now we show that how each high-level step could do, and then we went it into the low-level execution. Basically, it's each low-level specific actions and code. And the core contribution of ITP is that it enables replanning with the language model. So no matter what the user requests it to do, it can do different tasks and can change the plan based on the user request. For example, here the user say, hello, I want a boba milk, and feed that into ITP. And meanwhile, we will have cameras that can send the perception feedback, which is the location of each object, to the ITP-based planning module. And also, we will have the task guidelines as our default option. So the ITP is able to generate high-level plans. It will tell you to make a boba milk, what's the step 1, 2, 3, 4. And then for each step, we will call used before to call the low-level calling function to execute each low-level tasks. And meanwhile, when we grasp a cup, we will also have a camera to capture the location of the cup, so the gripper can grasp the cup very decently. So now let's see how we execute each task. So first of all, the user will say, hello, I want a boba milk. And it will generate it's into 4 steps, step 1, 2, 3, 4. And for each step, we will call the low-level plan. For example, if we want to get an empty cup and bring it to the working area of the table, we call the functions grasp empty cup from stack, also the place the cup. So here we show how we do the first step. So we grasp the cup from the stack and then put it in the middle of the table. So we finished the step 2, let's jump to the step 2. We finished the step 1, let's jump into step 2 when we want to add boba into the working cup. So we call the function scoop boba to the location. So we can see the boba has been filled into the cup. And now we are going to execute step 3 and 4, which is pour the milk into the working cup and put the working cup in the finished location. However, at this point, the user want to change their plan and say, sorry, I would like to change it to a taro matcha milk with boba. As we can see, like in our task guidelines, we don't have any example of the taro matcha milk tea with boba. So ITP is able to generalize to these new drinks and have new plans for that. As well, also, it can do replanning, which is that instead of directly throw away the cup, we replan based on which step has been executed and which step we should do in the future. So in this way, ITP changed the step 3 and 4 and gets new plans for how to revise that, because we think the boba is the cup with boba can be reusable. So the third step turns out to be adding taro into the working cup. So we are called function grasp cup, pour, and place cup. And then we execute step 4, 5, and 6, and we add the matcha powder into the working cup and call the function grasp cup, pour, and place cup. And also step 5, pour the milk into the working cup, and step 6, the working cup in the finished location, calling the function grasp cup and place cup. So therefore, we successfully made a boba milk tea based on the perception as well as the language model for replanning and other executions. So not limited to making a drink, our approach can also be generalized to other tasks such as dishwashing. When tackling various tasks, we can simply substitute the task guidelines and incorporate the relevant low-level execution functions, all without intricate prompt engineering in comparison with the prior approaches. So here we give an example. When we want to do a dishwashing, and the user just need to provide the guidelines, wash one place with like the options could be wash one place with rose flavor, wash all the place, and there are 2 plates, wash one place and 1 fork, and there are instructions as well as the detailed step for each like material. And also like for, and then if you want to extend it to new tasks, like wash 2 plates, 1 bowl, 1 fork, and 1 knife with rose flavor. And it's where ITP is able to generate the new plans to get the task done. So in summary, ITP could be easily generalized to new goals and distinct tasks, be able to do replanning during execution, and also it makes it easy for users to provide task guidelines. So ITP represents one of the pioneering works in multi-round interactive task planning by leveraging large language models. And if you want to check the details of our paper, please scan here. And any questions would be welcome and be helpful. Yeah.
I think we still have time for one question. If anyone has a question, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll just leave the communication offline, and we're gonna start our panel discussion. Yeah, Asra. Okay, let's pause for the speaker once again.
Yeah, yeah. So, hello everyone. We are starting panel discussion, and I would like to invite all our panel members, Shekufa, Boy, Elisa, Boy, and Konya. Please welcome here. And also for audience, here's a QR code. If you want to scan and have questions, or also you just raise hand in between. It's gonna be just a discussion. And if you want to share your views or ask question between, please interrupt or send questions here. I would like to welcome all our panel members. I'm really thankful for you here. And just because of that, I'm thinking to start with first question, and then maybe it would be good if you all can share your views first by introducing yourself. So yeah, our first question would be debate-like thing. Like, how do you perceive the current representation of women in computer vision community, and like, what steps can be taken to improve diversity and inclusion in this domain? Should we start from here?
I'm Cornelia Firmila. I'm a research scientist at the University of Maryland and around for a while in this field. I came originally from mathematics. Well, when you were born, I started getting excited, obviously, by some people in vision, and then there were very few women. It has definitely changed. And it went through the field also went through an evolution. At that time, we were really doing mathematical modeling, looking at equations. So, well, I think that it definitely has a lot improved. I mean, I see myself coming from a more classic tradition, raised a family, and I mean, one of the main things is still women need support to manage a life with a family. And one of the most important things I see really giving this support from anywhere, the local places, the governments. Without that, it's just too challenging. Yeah, and I can maybe comment later more, but that's the main thing. Otherwise, I do not see major changes. If you are interested, if you feel like you have skills in this field, this is the main hurdle. I see it. You really need support there, the infrastructure.
Yeah, I also agree with the point. I feel like the thing, one feeling for me is that I may not like have been in the in the research journey for very long. My feeling is that I feel like since I started my research journey, there are a lot of opportunities. When I was in China, as well as the United States. I feel it's the thing that's if the institution if the university can promote the visibility of women, female researchers in this field, I feel like that would be very, very helpful. And so I think the Women Computer Vision, this workshop is a really great workshop that can largely increase the visibility of female researchers in this field. I served as an organizer 2 to 3 years ago, I remember. I do feel like through this opportunity, a lot of people can get a chance to present their work or be the organizer or be the average chair or experience how to do research and they can be motivated by the female researchers
and also as well as their peers. They can know what they're doing. We have more opportunities to communicate with each other. So I feel like the core thing is that like we should have more opportunities, more events, as well as the more, of course, the more research models to encourage junior researchers to move forward and be able to achieve what they want to achieve.
Yeah, more role models.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm also Shekhar Zizi. I'm a research lead with Google DeepMind. I think like definitely compared to like the time that I remember, like maybe the earliest, maybe 10 years ago, these conferences, definitely we have better presence, and some of it is just like actually followed by organizations such as like Women in CV or like Women in Reefs, and all of those activities that you're creating, like workshops for women and addressing their needs. I remember that like 10 years ago, it wasn't that much of like present for this type of workshop, and definitely they have been like built to the community to activate a lot of things, providing opportunities for women to be present in conferences, and also supporting them in like multi-passion, like for example, women that they have kids, providing them with basically maybe daycare during the conference time so they can actually attend to both of them. But like one of the major thing that I'm seeing is, definitely we had a lot of progress on like activating of junior people to come, and a junior researcher to come to these conferences and do this type of research. And even if you look at the like universities, there is a lot of like interest in doing STEM. People getting to STEM fields, they're doing their research, but like we're not definitely doing a great job to keep people around and support their career growth. If you look at a company, large companies, number of people that they are like in leadership position in these companies, and they are like from minorities, very low. And these things also happening in universities. Women, they have a slower career growth to go into like a professorship, full prof position, and compared to men. And one reason is that, you're gonna pose our life for different life events, and there is no support for women to continue that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stop.
I'm Melissa Ricci from the University of Trento, so I maybe bring the perspective of European researchers to this table, working in academia. So I do support a lot what you were saying, that I'm also not so young anymore, so I've been to pregnancy and all the events that naturally slow down your careers. I do not regret anything, but I don't think there are still compensation measures for this. So inevitably your career slow down a bit, like a personal thing. And so this need to be still structured in a better way, at least in Europe. So we do have a little compensation measure for our delay in careers. Then a second thing I want to say is that on the positive side, that over the years, this network of women in computer science, computer vision has been growing. And I think this has contributed to something, that the level of confidence of young researchers is growing. And this is very important, because otherwise, if I map myself when I was 25, I was very young, very shy, so this is important. We really need to build our network, continue to support each other, because this will somehow compensate for the problem that I was saying.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like we all suffer from guilty and imposter syndrome always. And these communities really help in seeing like other women are also facing same. So it's just a wrong thought. It is not a correct way, like we can't do it, and we should attempt it, we should try, especially in the leadership. That's why we lag, like we don't volunteer ourselves. I completely agree with you. Thank you.
All right, and so my name is Corinne Zhao. I'm a candidate for a professor from University of Oulu, Finland. So I can share our opinions, especially with our some like experience in Finland and then in North Europe. So in these years, it seems so still definitely female researchers are less represented. That's still the same. But I feel that this issue has been better and better recognized, and then some strategy has been put into consideration, even into the some act in some universities or countries. The numbers are really small, just like we saw this morning in the slides. When you go upper and upper, so the number really goes down and down for faculty members, for professors, and yeah, also for researchers in our area. Like I remember every time when I wrote a proposal, I mentioned that, okay, in my group, there is about, okay, 1/3 the researchers are female, and that is very proud of it, but you say just one third. Yeah, and it's far away from like half. So that's the case. And in Finland, actually, it provides very good support from Social Security. And so women can get kind of like a long-term leave, so still keep the position, and then the female husband can share the like child taking care leave. And also in Finland, it's considered like the female has quite a good power or right as males, but still in the statistics and more females stays at home or put more time and effort taking care of the family. So we can imagine for the other many places who don't have that good support benefits, and then how it happens to female. And nowadays, so there are some like acts have been taken. I saw, I really like some of them. For example, in one of the university, part of the committee, evaluation committee, when they did the recruitment, and then when they have both female and male applicants, if the female got shortlisted and interview got very good rank, they give the offer immediately. And then for the males, they put them on the queue and wait a little bit. So first they try to fill the half position with females. So I feel that's a pretty good strategy, but maybe but some males wouldn't agree with me. And but it may not be possible still in some countries, like in our countries, we are not allowed to do this. And it violates some rules, equality rules. So there are still a long way to go, I think. But I think the situation get better. But of course, for us females, because of the physical needs, like okay, for the pregnancy, for taking care of the kids, and then it's still, I would say, and a female still perhaps cannot get the real like equality like a male. That's just because of the physical.
Yeah. Like we all are on, like all females are on biological clock, and we don't get support. Like it's always assumed like it's our responsibility to do all the things for the kids. So the more support we can get, especially for the mental health for the females, which they've gone through because of these physical changes. So that actually affect really the productivity and the confidence, because you have been through a couple of months, and then you come up after a break, take really a long time. Yeah, anyone from audience want to share their views or wants to ask any question from panel? Yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself? 1 or 2 lines and.
I'm Christiana, a master's student from Scotland. Yes. So in evolution biology, there's a model that predicted that as income increases, population will increase. But in the industrialized society that developed countries, the reverse is actually the case.
which some researchers said is because women are now taking career importantly. So if we are encouraged to get engaged in research, in leadership and other things, will population, that's fertility, not still be reducing as the researchers mentioned? Do you understand?
Difficult question. Whether population would be less decreasing. Well, that's a really hard question.
Yeah.
I think it has different factors. I think, I mean, after all, we are still a small elite group, right? That is going into research. I think most of population decrease these days is really for economic factors, which is people can't afford it. And that's why it's going down, especially in the Western world. I think if it's for us, the little population, if we are helped even more, yeah, maybe probably then I think it would be the other way around because we could better afford more help. Yeah, but what do I know? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult question.
Yeah, I also think it's the same because yeah, definitely I think there is a decreasing population. The reason mostly is that affordability of living for a lot of people. And the other factor is that at this point I don't see any pressure on myself that I need to increase the population. I think it's a society role why it should be woman pressure at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but we
Oh,
all
wow.
feel the same because I guess we have similar experience, right? So
Yeah.
actually now that, if I see things in perspective, I would probably have my kids much before, but
Yeah.
of course, that happened. But yeah, it's a difficult question. Actually, I don't know. I may feel like Cordelia that maybe actually if we have a better structured society, we will actually increase the population. But
Yeah, it's like I feel it's a again the biological clock thing. Like either you sacrifice your career or have family. So when that trade-off comes in between, then women are now more because they have less support. They more choose their career. So it's also a kind like less support we have, and we are trying to like improve with these women communities. Yeah, I think we can take 2 questions. Yeah.
In a lot of these, my name's Andrea and I'm doing a master's at UNC Chapel Hill. And I was wondering, we see a lot of how like your life events would slow down your career, but did you ever feel like your career slowed down your life events if you had to push off your family or your pregnancy or like put those second in order to advance your career?
Actually, for that, I also have it's a different form question. Like, how do you manage your research with your responsibilities, like work-life balance, and so that you prioritize both? Maybe that's what you want to ask. So maybe that's like I think for everyone, maybe can share your views. Like, how do you balance both? I mean, obviously we feel guilty all the time, but still, like, how do you prioritize them, and how do you manage? What are your any tips?
I'm from another generation. I'm pretty unconventional. When I had my kids, I went half-time for many years, 10, 15 years. But then I still had kind of enough energy left, and maybe I didn't get worn out. And after they were bigger, now I'm really joyfully enjoying the research where my kids are large enough. So much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is perfect. I feel like you need to sacrifice something when you want to achieve something. So I feel like it's very hard to balance between the life and your career sometimes, because time is it's a very great medicine that can fix the issues.
Yeah.
So if you want to fix the issue in your career, you need some time commitment. And if you want to fix some issues in your life, you need time commitment. So you need to make a choice. But I have to say, and sometimes I feel like if you want to, I feel like the best way for me is that like instead of thinking about making a balance, it might be better to of course you should find the family members that support you very well. But also another important thing is to achieve something first. You want to balance between your life and career, but you need to think clearly what you want to achieve in your career and what you want to achieve in your life. Because I noticed some some junior researchers, they may email me, but I realized they actually don't think clearly about what they want. They just push by different things randomly, but so they lost their pace. But I do think if you know what you want to achieve in your career, you can be bold and sacrifice some of your life. And if you want to achieve something in your life, and be bold and to sacrifice something. Because if you have such a passion and goal, you can achieve it finally. So I do feel like maybe my answer is kind of different. But I do feel like that might be something that we all need to face. That is the reality. Yeah.
I'm very for this question. Or
Yeah, but nothing more to add. Like I think for each person, like at every single of your life, I think you're gonna have a list of like priority based on like your personality, based on your what you want to achieve in your life. Taking time off is not important if you're like feeling it, or working a lot if you're like enjoying it is not like a burden. If you're enjoying it, you can do it.
Yeah.
And there is no like one receipt for everyone that, okay, you should do this, and this is the best way to go. And definitely it's gonna be like moments that you're gonna like maybe work more because like you're enjoying it more. And like maybe you're like gonna work less, because like you have other priorities in your life. And always like I think the balance that you're saying is not a balance in a moment or in a day. I think like collectively, maybe over 4 years, you need to have a balance in your life. That's okay, achieving something and like also like having a personalized life in a with quality, good standard.
Yeah, many things have been already said. Maybe one thing is that, I mean, when we have too many things in our hand, we also need to improve the way we work, because it's not that if we work more, we work better. So this ability of multitasking is something that I think have been growing quite a bit over the years. So I also don't mind sometimes to say no to opportunities, that if I miss an opportunity, I'm not gonna die. That's a bit the thing. So I do believe that this is also a PhD level. I mean, I really see the difference between, PhD students that are a bit more organized, more systematic, not necessarily work more, but they work better. And so this is something that we can already start to build up. I mean, nobody is arrived there. Now you always feel that you have to refine your way of working and something like this. But this can somehow mitigate the problem of having a better work-life balance. If you're organizing better, if you say no to something because maybe it's not the primary activity, or this I think is something that can improve our lives definitely.
Yeah. So just like I'll take her question and I'll stop it going from that.
When initially in university, thing that we commonly see is when you say PhD or master's in interviews, females are asked questions like, do you plan on getting married? Do you plan on having kids? And shockingly, a lot of us are rejected if we end up saying yes. So most people end up lying, like, no, we're not planning on having kids, we're not planning to marry. So how do we deal with that situation? You don't want to lag, but you don't want to lose out on an opportunity also. A lot of people might not agree, but it's actually with quite common class.
Do you wanna?
And so this question is asked about in the interview. Some questions were asked about marriage and the kids' plan rights. And at least and then in our group, in all the interviews I participated, these questions cannot.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is not ethically right, which happened there. Yeah, yeah. I'm also from India, like, but I've never faced that situation where I would be a place, I would say, like, I don't know, I have good plans for my research and I have plan in my mind for my research, but not for that yet, sorry. That's it. Yeah, exactly. I would say I don't know, I'm not good at making plan for that. I would say that. Maybe that will help. But yeah, these so currently in European, US countries, they don't ask, and it is strictly against the rights, I would say. And yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I have few questions which sorry.
Hi, I just have one very simple question. My name is Victoria and I come from the industry side. I actually work for a data annotation company. And I was wondering if any of you have read Faith Amy's book yet, The Worlds That I See. I actually highly recommend it to everybody in this room. She kind of re-inspired me. She talks about having children while running the research group at Stanford. So I was curious to know if any of you have read it yet. No.
The World That I See.
The Worlds That I See, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for recommendation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I have a question regarding mentorship. It's also like my question. Everyone suggests for postdoctoral researchers to have a mentor. And would you think, like, what role has mentor played in your career, and how can mentor help you in guiding your path? Also, how to choose mentor, because sometimes I feel like one mentor may not know what you are doing and could have biased views if they are your line manager or something similar. So, what are your thoughts on that? And anyone wants to volunteer first? Thank you. Answer.
I'm answer that maybe. I think like I always like working with having mentors with their people. Or selecting mentor, the recommendation that I have for everyone is like at every level and every position that you are. The best mentor is not like actually someone that is like very, very senior. The best mentor is actually someone that is like maybe 2 years or 3 years ahead of you. So actually they recently gone through the path that you were, like especially at university, best mentors or possibly or your lab mates that you're like 1 year or 2 years like ahead, you're like senior in your lab. Or like in every career that you are, like maybe 2 level in the like a chain that you are, or if you're like assistant prof, maybe the best mentor is someone that is just like just become associated with that prof. So they know the process, they know all of the like details. And definitely you're gonna have a lot of like role model that you're gonna like look at them, that they can be like 10 years ahead of you in your career. And like the role that plays, like I had so many mentors like during my time, like when I was like university, like at Google and like beyond that. And I think like they've been like very crucial to give me like hints to even like I don't know, like to decompress. You can be like under pressure and you just like want to chat with someone that actually gone through the path that you've been, and to just like maybe try to organize the thought process that you have. And those things can be like very crucial in your career and like defining moments, creating defining moment that, okay, I won't go this path. I'm gonna go like the other, I'm gonna do the other choice. That was like usually my experience and like recommendation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Anybody wants to ask any question? I can go. Yeah. internships. Can you hear it? Yeah, okay.
Whether the companies can do something for giving females internships.
I can answer this question because I partially affiliated with AVIA. I think it's not. I feel like when we look for interns, we don't check whether it's female or male. It doesn't matter. We really focus on what kind of works they have. And if that their projects aligns very well with the project needs. For example, for me, when I was a PhD, one year I didn't get any internship invitation, but 1 year after I got a lot of internship invitations, just email from companies. The reason is because I had a multimodal model work. That is called language-driven semantic segmentation, which is the first open vocabulary semantic segmentation with language models based on deep learning in this field. So I do feel like the internship for every company, like why the company should have a preference for different male or female. They really care about if you can help me finish some tasks. That's the key point. And I do see a lot of great female researchers that works harder and have done a lot of amazing works in the company and have done much more excellent works than male researchers to some extent. For example, Segment Anything, I guess you may all know, and there's a female researcher from originally from Meta. She has done a great job and she's in the author list. So I do feel like it really depends on what you have achieved. It's not about. So my suggestion is that also very similar to what I proposed before is that make sure to understand clearly about what you want to achieve, make sure and to go deeper towards the direction you want to go and execute and make some outputs.
Yeah.
So that's the people we'll see.
Yeah, so mostly about the skills, nothing like about the background or biases or anything like that.
University whether that includes like males and female.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, we have like 10 minutes left, and I have like a couple of questions, but I'm thinking just us two, like which is good for I think everyone. How do you reach like potential collaborators? It's so difficult, like you don't know someone or you know like they're working in same area as you. Like how do you reach? And especially, and it also affect your future collaborations, because if you're good in social networking or going to people, reaching out and paper. So it's about collaboration. How do you grow your network and collaboration reach like that? And
Well, you try to talk to people that are simple-minded and you are not simple, that are same-minded. The other way. Well, one advice is also network up and network down in whatever career you are. Well, I really find more and more as an advance that I really like to work also with other women, because I find less immediate credit taking one, that women are much more willing. We're just working together now to get this done. And I'm going much more to find actually female collaborators.
Thank you.
I don't, I mean, I would love to have more women, but I don't. have that much. That's- no, I don't know. I think that, right, really, try to go to many people and these events. I do think that, you know, since we have established these small workshops or maybe, you know, more focused meetings, this definitely help to get in touch with people that maybe are similar in terms of topics, in terms of research interests. So this is definitely helping. I do believe so. Also, the women in computer dinner.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, really, because then you have a subset of people, you throw the network, then people remember it, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's really important to use this networking. I do believe that COVID has slowed down a lot of this external collaboration because we could do many things, but then practically speaking, you don't grow your network too much. Well, you know, now we are back to, let's say, normal. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a recipe, but
Yeah.
Talking to many people is definitely one thing.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to add, like, I think COVID also helped women because many women can't travel because of the kids sometimes. And so because of the online meeting, online panel session, it helped a little bit also, like many women, yeah. Yeah, for other stuff. Yeah, but not for networking, yeah. Just for everyone, it's like what are if you have a couple of takeaway home advice for researchers attending this panel, what would it be for everyone? This is yeah, from there, right?
Message for females. For us, I agree. For what we have discussed, firstly, we need to have clear goals, no matter for our career and also for our family. And so in that case, firstly, we know that's which way we need to go in the career. And so what kind of schedule we would like to put for us. And then secondly, we can get the support from different levels, like from society, from university, and from the family, from the husband. And that's really important. And so that's one thing. The other thing is that be brief, be voice, please voice out. If you have any opinions, if you have any concerns, please don't feel, okay, this is a male-dominated world. And so we need to say, we need to talk, we need to tell, okay, this seems unfair for us. I need to get such kind of opportunity like other people, and something like that. And the third thing is that support each other. So males, so our females support our females. Like, okay, in our university, we have a new AR community. And we have several ladies started it. And then we invited more women to the community to discuss more, and then how to support each other, and we share our experience, and then how we need to tackle some issues in the working relationship or something like that. So I think that's all in my mind so far.
Thank you so much.
I don't know, me, maybe work, but do not overwork. I am a business school coordinator, so I see that, you know, this is a field that over the year has become quite competitive. So I also had a chance to meet people that they were burning out. So we should still think that this is good, it is important, but it's not the most important thing about life. So my advice will be enjoy your work, because we all do this because we really like it, but then there should be a limit that, you know, we don't stress us too much, because the field is indeed very competitive, but we should be able to encapsulate job as only a part of our life. So that would be my advice, because I'm getting old, so I.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Like, we should not be doing too much that we stop liking it.
I would say that, like, identify your passion and like pursuing it. I think life is very short, and like the amount of time that you have in life is like shorter even. You're gonna like sleep 8 hours per day. You need to do multiple type of things. The time that you have to pursue your passion is like very short. And I think like you need to identify that, okay, what you want to become in your career, what you want to become in your personal life, and just like optimize for them and just like pursue them like in a brave and persistent way. Because like achieving like something like remarkable definitely need persistent and need like there is a need for braveness in like getting there.
Yeah, I agree all the points that the great female like researchers just mentioned. So for me, I would like to emphasize again about clear goals, but I would like to just following that question, like how to remove the we call it as discrimination or something like of the female or male. I think the most important thing is to have your representative work. So you need to, if you are doing research, it's very important to make yourself visible, but it's also super important to have your own work, your representative work, then talk. That will have much more impact than talk without anything. So my suggestion is work hard and get your work and voice out and also play hard. That can keep your balance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree on everything like that. When I look back, the people who succeeded are the ones who had a plan early on. Whereas, well, others just don't know. And also say no. Yeah, because you will be asked many times, you should try to follow the things that you like and you think you can grow into and that fit you.
A very useful advice, I would say, like I'm closing the panel session just because our poster session going to start and we will see you in mentoring dinner, most of the people. And yeah, that's closing now. So see you.
Yeah, to give the.
Oh yeah.
Could you please hold
Yeah,
on?
just-
We
just
have
a
some
second.
tokens of
We have some-
appreciation for you.
They just didn't come to my mind.
Oh yeah,
Forgot.
it's okay.
Sometimes I joke with them, so almost right. Okay, no, because I didn't know where to. But then, okay. No, very nice. I'll be surprised with all these guys.
Question like,
I guess I also have to. That's why I'm saying that I lost the you know each other since so many years. So anyway, yes, our student was mentioning so everything was happening. So the post section. So, yeah. What's the order way? Yes, right to report what's Sunday the session. Yeah, you have to go. Yes. One go. Thank you. Yeah. So I would like that. I send
Hello. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Workshop that's taking place here in this room.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask if you guys are finished.
Yeah, we finished first. You're just leaving, just taking my laptop. Yeah.